I'm going to call the meeting to order, please. And please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey. Let the official minutes reflect that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by publishing a notice in the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger on Wednesday, January 7th, 2026, and thereafter posting same on Town Hall bulletin board for such notices, and filing same with the Township Clerk pursuant to a resolution adopted by the Township Council on Thursday, January 1st, 2026. The meeting dates have also been posted on the Township webpage. Okay. I just want to add one more thing. So I'm going to ask everyone this evening to do your best. Speak when it's your turn to speak during public comment, and direct all questions to me and council and myself. Will be a gentleman and a lady going forward, and our town is better than this in the past meetings. So let's all give an effort to have a decent and a good meeting this evening, and get the town's business done in the right way. Thank you. Okay, yeah, all right. Roll call, please.
Councilman Bradley? Here. Councilman Bianchini?
Here.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Here.
Council President Zicozy?
Here.
Councilman Coleman?
Here.
Councilman Haber?
Here.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
Here.
Item number 5 is the minutes from the May 27th,
All right,
2026.
before we start, Councilman Bianchini wants to make an announcement for a resident, a longtime resident here in Toms River, that probably everybody that has a boat knows this man and his family. So, Mr. Councilman Bianchini, you want to say a few words?
I'd like for everybody at this moment to take 30, 60 seconds, a moment of silence for George Convery, which was a lifelong resident of Toms River, business owner on Fisher Boulevard. He passed away Friday. We lost him. A perfect gentleman. So if we can, please pay respect to him, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I just want to remind everyone about their cell phones being on silent. Okay, thank you. And the reason Councilman Bianchini is emotional because they were very, very good friends, and and he was a stand-up guy, a good man, father, grandfather, husband. He was a fireman too. Yes, thank you. And he was a good resident of Toms River, so he's going to be missed, but his name will live on. Okay, thank you. All right, Steve, go ahead.
Okay. Item number 5 is the minutes from the May 27th, 2026 council meeting.
Motion to move the minutes.
One second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Iverson, seconded by Councilman Bianchini. Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Council President Zicozy?
Yes.
Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Avery,
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole,
Good, thank you.
So item number 6, we have one honoring resolution and presentation tonight, honoring Girl Scout Angelina.
Is she here this evening? Oh, there she is. All right, you want to go down? Good. Come forward, young lady.
It's not working. Have you guys met Angelina?
No, I haven't had the pleasure. How do you do? All right.
This
Wow,
is for
you got
you.
a lot of badges, okay.
Ton of badges, but it wasn't just the badges. Angelina, how many cookies did you sell? How many boxes of cookies did you sell?
642.
642 boxes of cookies. Capitalism is alive and well in times early.
That's one of ours to turn around so everyone can get pictures. And I'm going to try and read this for everybody. Okay. Whereas Angelina sold 642 boxes of Girl Scout cookies this season, and whereas Angelina is a very bright, bubbly 9-year-old, she is completing the 3rd grade and looking forward to summer vacation. What school do you go to? Can't mention that? Go ahead, I think it'll be okay. What elementary school do you go to? Hooper Avenue. Okay, that's great. All right. And whereas after school, Angelina trains as PPK 6 days per week to earn her black belt in martial arts. She is currently a red belt and will be testing for brown this month. And whereas Angelina makes time for Girl Scouts as a Juliet, she has been in Scouts since 1st grade and will bridge to junior this summer. And whereas when Angelina grows up, she's thinking about becoming a veterinarian because she loves animals. And now, therefore, you can read that.
This part's my. Therefore, I, Daniel T. Roderick, by the virtue and authority vested in me as mayor of the Township of Toms River and the County of Ocean, on behalf of the council members and the residents of Toms River, do hereby recognize and honor Angelina Teresa Catalini and wish her the best of luck in all future endeavors.
Okay. Come back here and let your parents get a better picture. Here, turn them around. Okay. You guys can move forward.
Thank you.
Get closer.
That's a lot of cameras.
642 boxes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
Great job.
Yeah, that's good for me. This is what Toms River is about. It's about our children and the future of our children here. So this was wonderful. And our last meeting, we had an Eagle Scout here at a high school, and And he was also a very impressive young man. So this is the best part of his job for me, and I think for everybody here. All right, so clerk, so go ahead and take it away.
Item number 7 is a presentation of the 2026 municipal budget. I believe we can just take a voice vote to start the presentation.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none? Okay. Please state your first and last name and the company.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, everybody. Jerry Conity from Home and Friendly Allison. We're the auditors for the Township of Toms River. I'm here to talk about the 2026 budget that has been already introduced. And the public hearing will be tonight. Just a little bit on the process for the budget. Obviously, you guys introduced the budget in April. So tonight will be the public hearing on that budget. Also on the agenda is an amendment. The state required the township to revise some of the classifications that were submitted in the introduced budget. So that's why you also see on the agenda for tonight a resolution amending that budget. It's really just reclassifying items within the budget. It doesn't increase or decrease the budget really at all. The other piece, so what then happens is after that amendment, you can't adopt your budget tonight. After that amendment is approved, pending approved, that will then be advertised, and at your next meeting in July, there will be a public hearing on the amendment itself, and then you can adopt your budget at that point, all right? So I'll talk a little bit about the tax impact of the budget and the spending in the budget, as well as fund balance, so we'll go through that a little bit real quick for you. So I think the key driver is municipal tax rate has remained flat. So that's the great news. It's flat. It was also flat last year. So the tax rate, municipal tax rate has stayed the same going back to 2024. All right. Here's a little analysis of the surplus as put together by management. And I want to thank Dottie Gallagher for putting these slides together for you guys. So you can see where the township ended fiscal year 25 at about $64 million in surplus. That really allowed the township to be able to utilize a lot more in the current year to make sure that that tax rate stayed flat. Decrease in our spending year over year. The real big reason for that decrease is the savings in debt service. We're down about $3.26 million in the debt service between the 2 years. Some of the key stats in terms of the tax rate. Again, as I mentioned, the tax rate remains unchanged going back to 2024. The municipal piece, at least, anyway. Obviously, the schools and the county control their own budgets and set their own rates. For an average assessed home in the township is $450,600. The municipal piece of taxes on a house value at that amount is $1,969.12. 1 cent, every 1 cent change in the tax rate, what does that equate to? For the average homeowner, it equates to $41.06. For the municipality, every 1 cent increase on the tax levy generates another $2,057,000. Again, the tax rate for the municipal portion stays flat. And this next slide just gives you kind of a little analysis of what the overall taxpayer, when they pay their taxes, how much is going to where. So you can see the municipal piece makes up about 21% of the average tax bill. The lion's share of taxes that are collected from homeowners is going to our schools at 55%, and again, 21% to the county. Overall tax impact for a municipality of that average assessed value that we talked about, that $450,600 valued home. So overall, the property taxes would be $9,561.73. Again, that's inclusive of the county, the municipality, the school, the special improvement districts, the fire districts, everything all in.
Terry, can you grab the mic, please? We're having trouble hearing you.
I don't know if that mic's on.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a mic.
Oh, it's not on?
There you
My
go.
apologies. God, that's one.
Oh,
Why don't you wait till the end, John?
Why don't you wait till the end?
Sorry about that, everybody.
Do you want to recap for the public
Well, I
record?
think everybody heard him. He's got a good voice.
I got a loud mouth. All right, and debt service. So included in the budget is paying off $8.8 million in debt service. $8,820,000. Also included in the 2026 budget are various capital projects, paving over 15 miles of roads. Install tide check valves to reduce flooding in over 70 roadways. New playground equipment at Bailey, Winding River, and Skyview Parks. Portland Beach boardwalk and streetscape projects are underway, and the design of several new parks and play parks is nearly complete. So that's pretty much the summary of what we want to talk about, especially the tax side of things for this year's budget. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And we have public hearings tonight, so
Could you explain to council how you look at the numbers and go through everything? I mean, do you directly work with our CFO, or you get everything independent?
yeah, so we don't actually put together the budget. Your CFO and the administration, they put together the budget of where the spending is all spent. What we do is we look at the budget to make sure it's compliant with everything in regards to the state statutes, in regards to the spending plans and things like that. So what I can tell you is it's a very responsible budget. The utilization surplus, again, as the surplus goes up, obviously you want to try and utilize that to help stabilize taxes and be able to spend for some of those one-time capital items. One of the reasons why you see some of that capital spending that's going on there. So.
Okay, so in your opinion, and what you looked at, everything is in compliance?
Yep, and the state has given their okay pending the amendment, again, the amendment resolution that's on for introduction tonight has been reviewed by the state and blessed by them, and pending that approval, then you guys, and the hearing at next month's meeting, they've given their sign off on the budget as well.
Council President,
Why is there a back
I don't know, but I had,
Delay and then the TVs.
Oh, okay. Got it.
unless at this point, maybe we should shut the TVs, since the presentation is over, and that would probably eliminate that problem. We'll do that. Mr. Severino, can you shut the TVs? Not these things, because it's has a delay, the strong Council President, please. 2 questions. First, I don't think you stated what you actually do. You're the auditor, correct?
Yep.
And you bid that, correct? Every year you put in for that?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been the auditor?
Me personally?
No, the firm.
I'm not sure.
Well over a decade, right?
And
And then my only other question was, is how much less spending is there this year, year over year? That wasn't in there. Am I correct when I say it's about $1 million?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Is that right?
Million less this year. So that was the only, that's the only point that I would like to make.
and just add, how many years have you been doing Tom's River? Myself, it's been a while.
He's not a young man anymore.
7 years, okay, all right. Thank you, okay. Any council members have questions?
I have.
Gentlemen? Come on, you gotta have something for the budget. Spending? No? Okay. All right, now we're gonna open up to the public. If there's anyone, please come forward.
Steve, do you have to open, close presentation and open public hearing?
Oh, but they're gonna ask him questions, so.
Well, we
Okay, so I need a motion to close the presentation and council questions. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Now I need a motion to open it up to the public for questioning.
Make a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, thank you for waiting. State your name.
My name is Joanne Beamer, 2931 Crestview Lane in Toms River. Two questions. One is, that's great about no tax increase and everything that's being talked about. That sounds so good. I would like to know how many job positions, people, and services have been cut or are still open and not filled that made that happen. Is that possible?
I don't think he knows that.
Diane, do you know?
That's not his thing.
We haven't done any reduction this year.
No.
In fact, as far, oh, I'm sorry, did you want me to answer or no? I apologize, I thought you were.
Yeah, just, so,
Do you want me to?
I'm going to try to answer a question and then you can.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you
All
were
right.
motioning.
So, that is an excellent question. And I'm sure it's on everybody's mind here. And do I know for a fact, and we're going to have discrepancies, but we can talk about that. You know, we have the police department and personnel in town hall and everywhere else, but the exact number, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I would just like to make a statement, I don't know for sure, I feel very strongly that there's a lot of cuts that are hurting Tom's River to make it sound like this is helping Tom's
Okay,
River.
but you could do that at the end, the public comment,
Okay.
just for questions.
Gotcha, that was my
Okay,
question.
That's
Thank you.
perfect, thank you.
Council President?
Yes,
Would you want to-
yes.
Yeah, so as far as the police department, as of last night, we hired 6 new cops, 5 are supposed to start next week. And we found one excellent candidate last night out of 3, and we're going to continue to fill all positions until maximum. That's been the plan. As far as the police department also, I would just like to point out that this budget is not only fantastic in regard to spending, but we've also cut agreements with all the bargaining units that are almost signed with everyone. And, you know, most units are getting about 3.5% this year and 3% for 3 more years, which is 50% higher than was given in the last 3 contracts, where it was only 2%. So we're investing in our workforce and helping them to combat inflation, while we continue to do the right thing by taxpayers. So as far as, like I said, cuts are concerned, there have been no cuts as far as employees are concerned this year.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I would like to ask you a question about the police officers, because
Yes,
this
sir.
is the first time I'm hearing about it.
You were invited to come.
Yeah, I know, but the time that you were having interviews, I was unavailable at that. Are these police officers from other townships, or?
Yeah, we've had 5, and the person we met last night we liked last night was 6. So that's 6, and they were all, yes, already police officers. So what's terrific about that is they're already certified, so you don't have to invest in all the costs, and they can start almost immediately.
Okay, that's very good. Were any veterans?
Actually, the gentleman last night was a veteran. I don't know if I'm really supposed to be, and now he probably knows he got hired, but.
Okay, that's fine,
Yeah.
because I know that was an important
Yes.
requirement.
Big goal, yeah, big
Okay.
goal, big goal.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, Mr. Galante, state your name, and we all know you live in Toms River, so that's good.
It was brought to my attention that the live feed for the gentleman's presentation was not heard, was cut off, something happened to it. So is there any way that your information can be repeated to anybody watching without you having to redo it again?
That's what I was saying, you sure you want to do it again?
Yeah, you should.
I think,
Yeah,
if you're okay with that,
okay.
Mr. Connery, you know, has that, we would have to really move though, because I know Mr. Connery has a whole other town he's got to do today, and he submitted to come in tonight for the demo.
Better come back up then, let him.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's okay. Mr. Connery, are you okay with that? we're getting close. You sure? Yeah, I wish we would have just like we did that.
What was the technical problem? The TVs?
No, his mic was turned off at the location where he was
Oh,
speaking.
it was the microphone, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll hit the highlights real fast. So municipal taxes are going to remain flat in the budget that's presented before everybody for public hearing tonight. Surplus with the township ended 2025 with a higher surplus, $64.13 million in surplus. Allowed the township to use a little bit more of surplus than in prior year. So that's why you see the big jump in surplus utilized in fiscal year 26, going from about 9.4 up to $17.5 million. One of the reasons for that helped keep the tax rate stable is decrease in our debt service. So debt service decreased about $3.26 million between the 2 years. And then some of the key tax statistics for the municipality. Again, the tax rate remains flat for the municipal portion of taxes. That remains 43.7 cents per $100 of assessed value. Again, that's the same going back to 2024. Average assessed home in the township is $450,600. The municipal taxes on a home at that value is $1,969.12. What question often comes up, what's 1 penny on the tax rate for individuals in the township? So every penny increase or decrease to the tax rate affects a homeowner by $41.06 annually. For the municipality, every increase or decrease affects your revenue by $2,057,069.45. Again, no tax increase, and then the municipal portion of the taxes makes up about 21%. You can see from this chart, again, another 21% goes to the county as well, and then 55% goes to your school district, 1% goes to open space, and then 3% goes between the special improvement districts and the fire districts. Right around here is where the fee picked up, but I'll keep going. But again, for $450,600 assessed home, which is the average in the township, the total tax burden across all taxing entities is $9,561.73. Included in the budget is paying off bond principal of $8,820,000. And then capital projects in the 2026 budget, township is planning to pave over 15 miles of roads, install tie check valves to reduce flooding in over 70 roadways, new playground equipment at Bailey, Winding River, and Skyview Parks, Ortley Beach Boardwalk and Streetscape projects, and design of several new parks is underway and nearly complete. So, blew through that quick. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for the cutout there before for the people that didn't hear the beginning. But
Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Mr. Okay.
I'd just like to clarify one thing. Wasn't the tax rate flat 2 years prior also? 23 and 22?
It was like 2 years prior, it was flat.
So for the last 4 years, not just 2 years?
Yeah.
I'll check into that.
I'm not sure which year the 7% hike came, so I can't say definitively whether it was the last 2 years or whether it was one in between.
One other thing was the services have been cut drastically in the town in order for that flat rate.
Okay.
Staffing and code enforcement, police, animal shelter, if the list goes on and on, that's how the flat rate has been obtained.
Okay. Point well taken. Thank you. All right, Mr.
Something funny, Mr. Penny? What's so funny? No, well, our council's laughing at.
I know, but that's fine. Listen, guys, please. All right.
Okay, you're taking up my time now.
Okay. All right.
Spending is down? Really? Okay. Nobody can argue with 0% tax increase. Spending is down. And I'm
All right.
sorry, I haven't had a chance.
Direct it toward me, okay?
I haven't had a chance to study the budget, but it's a general question. Have you unfolded all the money, the math in the budget to be able to understand everything?
I have it right here, and I underlined everything in yellow that went up, and honestly, everyone, I don't understand it, really, and I'm being totally honest, but the surplus, which I always used to get in trouble with, you know, it is up. It's up. So, you know, these are numbers, and they look good, but to your point is a lot of the salaries and wages are up, and they're not broken down individually. They're just they're all grouped into the departments, and I have questions like why are some departments blank for 2026 because they don't know that number yet. So
well, that's part of the difficulty, because when all the way the township business was done, it's hard to follow all this and evaluate it compared to the previous years. To answer a question from the woman who was here before, rumor had it. I mean, if you start taking animal shelter, police officers, code enforcement, rumor has it we're down 80 employees. Now, I'm surprised that nobody has that number. Somebody should get that number. That's pretty important when it comes to the budget, because that's why you're here.
I'll give you a chance.
All right.
Thank you.
As far as being down 80.
Let him answer you.
Yeah, the township only has about 150 employees since I'm here, and I'm on DAIA since 2018. So as far as code enforcement too, I'd like to address that. No reduced code enforcement staff at all. We did eliminate the animal shelter. I did say that would save $1 million. I know folks disagree with me about my number, but these are all real numbers. And as far as employee line items going up, we just explained, right, that we bargained with folks collectively, and they have that right to do that, and you have to negotiate, and we did, and we wanted to do something better for the employees because of the costs, rising costs. Inflation is a major tax on everyone, and every bargaining unit has gotten either 3% or in excess of that for the next 4 years to help to try to combat that for them. And we did all of that while increasing capital spending and things like that. And I'm very proud of what we did. I know there are folks here that might be upset about individual things here and there, but overall, I think it's a great budget. And I hope that addresses the issues regarding employees. There's no way we would be able to hemorrhage in the employees. We're responsible for about 150.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's a lot of money, okay?
Yes.
All right, so, and I'm also looking at money that re-entered our budget. Gentlemen, just said, I'm looking at the money that just re-entered the budget from listening to the presentation, that our debt service is way down. That was $8 million. That's money that would have been a cost that would be added into, I don't know whether you call it fund balance.
We didn't borrow a lot of money. We've been
okay. I mean, there's more and more to this to be able to unfold, okay? And I'm also looking at, my big question is, the cap back, that back in April, the ordinance was done, and you exceeded from 2.5 to 3.5. Now, out of $47 million budget, that's $5 million. Where does that money come from? Where does that money go to? Now, I understand at the meeting I asked a question, I was told about salaries. Okay. And that was negotiations or whatever. But, you know, where is all of this? I mean, that's a lot of it. If it's not spent and used, it needs to be used within 2 years, that money goes into our surplus, And again, how much of the surplus are we spending now? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Good point, sir.
Council President, you want the auditor or myself to explain about the cap bank? Essentially,
Okay.
we cut spending. But let him hear it and we cut spending the initial year, because we were here by about 9%, $11 million. But there's a cap on how much you can increase spending each year. We're still spending $6 million less than we were when we got here, but costs rise. But you have to stay under a certain amount, and sometimes it's not possible because of the rising cost of employees and inflation and things like that. So we moved some of the money that we didn't raise the year before into this year. And I'll just turn over to the auditor to check me for accuracy.
Yeah, that's correct. Essentially, the state statute is municipalities can't increase their budget by more than 2% without approving a cap bank ordinance. What that cap bank ordinance does is does two things. One, it allows municipalities to go up to 3.5%. They allow you to take an extra 1.5% over that 2% cap. Then the other thing that allows you to do is bank. Bank the amount that is underneath that cap to be able to utilize. It's available to you for the 2 succeeding budgets. Really what that does is it allows a municipality to, if your spending is lower in a given year, maybe you're not utilizing all of that cap in a particular budget, it gives you a little flexibility, some budget flexibility that in the subsequent year, if your budget starts to go up significantly more than you expected, it gives you the opportunity to utilize some of that bank to help stabilize the taxes there.
So this is spending, not taxes, spending cap.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Debbie Kersey, 14th Street, Township, New Jersey. I have 2 questions and then just like a clarification. So the $9 million in bonds, were those bonds that came due that we paid? So they were due, so we had to pay that. The $3.2 million debt reduction how was that performed? How did we reduce the debt reduction?
Debt service was less in the current year.
So
Meaning we paid off
recurring.
paid off
Your annual maturity schedule of your bonds.
Okay, so
Debt
that.
service was less in this year than it was in prior years.
Okay, and then my last question is, auditors, as I understand it, you just make sure that we conform to the regulations.
That's correct.
You do not attest to the budget itself if it's something that taxpayers, council.
Correct. We're not involved, correct.
You're just looking to make sure that we meet the regulations imposed by the state. And
Yes.
that's all that you do.
Yeah.
Not me,
Yes.
but
And that's why.
for purposes of everybody here.
Yes, and that's why as questions are asked of reduction of salaries and things like that and position, that's why I'm looking towards management to be able to answer those questions, because we're not involved in the actual preparation of the numbers. We help make sure that the numbers appear in the compliance with what the state statutes and their guidelines say.
And then my last question is the town council going to have an opportunity to review the budget, all of the budget? Because if I recall last year, you approved a budget, we didn't have revenue from beach badges. There were a lot of things that were missing, and it was approved anyway. Now with the new slate of, council people, I'm just hoping that you're going to go over the budget more.
Yes, we are.
And be afforded that opportunity to do so. I'm not saying
Now
that
to the
there's-
next meeting in July, we're going to go over it the best we can. But please remember, it's not the council's budget, it's the mayor and administration.
But you represent us, so you're
That's
just
correct.
making sure that.
And we're trying hard, okay? And asking a lot of questions. And we're making progress. Little progress, but I'll take anything as long as it's going forward for the benefit of the town.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank
Council
you.
President, can we get the auditor, can you please ask the auditor to address what happens if we don't have a budget and we don't make the amendments that the state asked us to make?
Okay, you heard the mayor.
And what could potentially happen to our credit rating? What could potentially happen in terms of fines, things along those lines?
So potentially, there could be negative impacts from the credit rating agencies. They may look negatively on it, on instability and the financial side of things. The state has statutes in place that if budgets are not adopted by specific dates and timelines, sometimes they grant some exceptions on those, but council members and governing body members and things like that could also be fined.
It's $100 a day, right, per council
Yeah,
person,
yeah, it used to be
$100
25,
per
a recent bill that they passed at the end of last year.
day. If we don't pass on time.
That's in their individual capacity?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, good evening. Julie.
Hi, Julie Adam at 69 Sears Grove Road. I had a few questions. One was, why are certain expenditures increasing?
Why?
Which ones?
Well, for example, the money that's allocated to fireworks, tribute bands, etc., which, you know, is kind of fluff. That's all.
Okay, the mayor can answer that, if he would.
Yeah, that's all in the recreation budget. I don't look at township recreation as fluff. I look at something for the taxpayers, for their families, for their children. I think of events like that, or summer camp, and the programs we do, and the things we invest in our parks and concerts. I don't look at that as fluff. I look at that as a fundamental part of our job as a municipality, is to provide recreation. And I'm glad we're investing more in our families as opposed to spending it on other things.
What is being done to protect taxpayers from a public safety standpoint?
I'm not sure I
Well,
understand.
obviously, we're down all of these police officers. We have an extraordinarily high accident rate with pedestrians and bikers being killed and injured on the road. So, I mean, what's being done to protect the taxpayers and safety-wise?
You heard the mayor this evening saying that new 6 police officers are coming on board that we desperately need, and we need more.
14 in all until the maximum. That was the goal of the chief and my goal. And we should have them all on by the end of the summer.
At the end of the summer.
How is the surplus being used?
That's at the
It's not a
mayor's
surplus, right?
discretion.
Utilization of the surplus was up to about $17 million in the current year, and that's for essentially to help support the budget as a whole. It's not a particular line item.
Okay, and what spending can be reduced or redirected?
That's a tough question. I'm not going to pick anything.
I mean, just driving around town, I think any resident, or any council member, the mayor, the business administrator should be looking at the condition of the town, and it looks like a dump presently.
Okay.
We have a shortage of code enforcement.
All right,
So,
Council Vice Chair,
I think we could-
guide us in.
We could redirect some of the money that's going to the splash parks that nobody actually wants for code enforcement. You know, more citations written. I don't see any being written anywhere. It's just, it's a dump everywhere.
Right.
It's-
Everybody
it's-
look,
it's-
it's the grass, or weeds, it's supposed to
Or
be
just trash
15 to
everywhere.
20 inches.
Trash in
every-
people's
Every
yards.
street, every
5
neighborhood.
families in these rentals. There's no occupancy codes anymore like there used to be inside the cabinet door in the kitchens. You know, if it's a 2-bedroom, you have 3 people living there, not 10. So
All right.
that's where it needs to be redirected.
Okay. Let's stay on topic. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, first of all, sorry for my appearance, I was just coaching softball. My name's Laura Dentro, and I live on Monroe Avenue in Tom's River. Just a question, going through the budget, I noticed that the mayor's office salary and wages are increasing from 75,000 to 180,000. What is the reasoning behind that?
I don't believe that's his salary. I think it's the whole.
My salary mayor's salary has been raised since 2000, when did Brush get in? 2001, something like that. So the mayor's office pays the line item also for the secretaries.
So, okay,
So it's not-
it's not specific, it includes the entire office,
Staff,
secretaries,
yeah.
whatever,
Yes.
whatever.
And their healthcare, I believe, and things like that.
Okay, so have healthcare costs, is this general raises for everyone in the mayor's office? Has healthcare costs gone up?
Everyone
Is this
Everyone has
supplies?
gotten an inflation adjustment, and we're almost done with all the bargaining groups. I think we had to settle every single contract over the course of 2 years, and I think we're 2 away from being done with them all.
Okay,
And we get to bake that in. So I
Okay,
know
I'm sorry,
someone,
I didn't hear you say, you have to what?
we have to bake that into the budget because we know that we will settle them. So
Okay,
you have to figure in the increases. So if somebody got up early and said, I don't understand why our wage item is going up. You have to budget more money, or you would have a negative line item, right? Which doesn't mean we wouldn't have the money, but it would mean that we would have negative scores in our audit, right?
and again, that goes back to affecting our credit.
Our credit and
things like
everything,
that.
that's right. So we have all of these union contracts that we have to settle. That has to be baked into the budget, which is why those items went up. My office, no, I haven't, myself and frankly, the council hasn't gotten a raise either since 2001.
Okay.
I don't think any of us deserve one, it's, like that.
Well, I think that's a relatively decent explanation. I mean, that's when the general public looks at that, what you think is what most people say, oh, why are they getting all this money all of a sudden? So I appreciate the explanation. My other question would be,
I just want to follow up, if I may.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't worry about the time.
Absolutely.
Also, the township council, it's up like a little bit over $9,000. So I don't know what that's about.
Probably your health care,
Probably the health care?
probably.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead.
Probably,
I'm
I'm not 100% sure. Can I ask you a question? Did you have a question for the auditor?
I do not have a question.
Could he go?
So
Do
if
you
you would
mind?
like to run out of here.
He just say he has another appointment, so.
Yeah. No, I do not have another question for the auditor, but I understand, this is kind of what hurts me, is we're saying probably, maybe, it could go to this. At what point do we understand exactly what that is coming from? So they're asking, there's a $9,000 increase. How is it that we don't know why we have that
No,
increase?
I don't know the specific reason for it.
Okay, but it could be found out.
You could ask, you could.
Right,
you could
like I
put
could
it-
call-
You could call over, you're supposed to put in an open request, but if you call finance tomorrow, I'm sure Dorothy will give you a full explanation. My guess is health costs just continue to climb. We've done a great job of dodging that. Our increase in healthcare costs, I think, was about 5% this year. Sorry to be a little nerdy here, but that's significantly lower than other folks in our, I don't know if you want to call them our peer group or what have you, but we did that because we self-insured a few years ago.
Okay.
And that's helped a real lot. And that's one of the reasons I personally believe why we have kept, probably one of the major reasons we have kept taxes so low is that we made huge savings in that area. We're going to try again shortly too to do the prescription plan, which we believe could save another $1 million.
And is that specifically for just the council, or is that for every township employee?
That's every township employee. So like, if you move to CVS Caremark right now,
Okay.
you still get to use every pharmacy around, but they're just pricing out plans and undercutting Medicare big time.
Okay,
So I'm going to ask the council later on this year to see if they'll move us into that.
okay.
Is
Is that something that goes to a vote, or is that something?
They would have to approve my decision, yes.
Okay, okay. So
And then equal to or better for the unions, right? So it has to be, the benefit has to be equal to or better. So we have to give the same rate if it's a $5 prescription. we'd have to be able to get it for $5 or less.
Okay.
In order to make that switch to be compliant with the contracts. Then if I like the idea, I would give it to the council in the form of a resolution.
Okay.
And that would take pressure off of next year's taxes. As it is though, we're at 142 million. When I got here, it was 147. I'm pretty confident that we'll keep taxes flat next year, pending some, something radical. You never know.
So I'm just curious too, because we keep talking about surplus and how we have so much money and this and that. Does the surplus, is this a rollover? Does the surplus get rolled over year after year after year? So if we saved money in 2021, is that money still here in 2026?
Not exactly.
It is in theory.
Right, that, I mean,
Should
that's,
get added every year if we do use it.
okay.
It is available to you. Obviously, you're still subject to those appropriation caps, those spending caps that the state puts forth.
Okay.
So it's not just our surplus is up, so we're just going to take all of it and put it towards our budget because it has to be, your budget still has to be within your caps.
And you have to have money for an emergency, right? So they need to keep a certain amount of surplus. Am I correct on this? You have to keep a certain amount of surplus in case there were a Hurricane Sandy or worse and we weren't able to collect taxes. We'd still have to be able to administer all the functions of government in a horrible situation. Natural disaster, so on and so forth. So the surplus is there for that. Surplus has always been partially spent on the budget, so it doesn't always continue. I know for many, many years, we would allocate somewhere between 17 and 22 million would go into the budget from the surplus, but then more money goes in. Now our surplus is up in the 60 million range. It used to be in the 40 million range because we've not only have we not spent more, we've also not borrowed more.
Okay.
So when we borrow more, we used to pay off 10 million in debt every year and take on 10 million. But I've been reluctant to do that because rates are 2 times or more what they were when I got here on council. So if we pay off 10 and then borrow 10, we're borrowing 10 at a significantly higher rate.
So that would be my next question though too. So the surplus that we hold, the surplus that we hold, does that get held in any sort of interest-bearing account?
Yes.
Do you accrue funds on
Yes,
that?
we're getting about 3.5.
So the money that we say
3.5%.
that we've saved
We
or
earn more
held
surplus.
back, some of that could be coming from
Absolutely.
interest.
And I never have seen the bank account. It says $64,130,398.41.
Is that something that a normal citizen could Oprah once again?
Yes. Well, this will be published.
Okay.
This will be published on the state's website. Every budget in the state of New Jersey is open to the public. Every school budget, they're all up on the DCA page.
Okay.
So you can compare year over year, and the budget that we publish will show you a comparison for 3 years.
Okay, and I don't mean to be rude and interrupt, but I do have one more quick question. So again, we're talking about saving money here, saving money there, but where are we spending more money? Because I seem to be getting a lot more mailers. We seem to be seeing a lot more things getting put out on the internet, Shore News Network, stuff like that. Are we spending far more money there than we have spent in recent years that could be allocated to?
You can
Last question,
get a
want to
copy
jump
of
in?
the budget,
Uh-huh.
excuse me, and you can see every department, all the increases there,
Okay,
okay? And then you can figure it out yourself.
okay.
And the answer is no. We budget the same amount for the letters, for the newspapers, and I know there's this, folks float this idea that we're paying to publish things on newspapers. We pay for advertising in 3 local papers, Township Times, the print edition. We put our rec stuff in there and our concert stuff there. Shore Beat, which is Lavalette, Townsend, or whatever. It's an island kind of paper. And we will also do the advertising in Shore News Network.
Okay.
That's been pretty consistent across the board.
It also seems pretty biased.
Which is biased.
Yeah, it also seems pretty biased. And listen, I'm not coming up
Which
here
is
to be
biased.
rude. I'm coming up here to be honest and kind of have you look at things the way that general citizens look at things. When we read what is coming out on that particular publication, it seems incredibly biased. And that's where we get aggravated, that why is our money going to that?
Okay, we're getting off topic and
Okay.
hear you.
Yep.
And you're,
Dave?
you have plenty of time.
Okay, well,
And
I'm all
good
done.
questions.
Yep, I'm all done, so that was all I had to
And-
ask.
And I hope that you come back.
Okay, thank you. I hope I come back too.
Okay.
All right, thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have to go?
Yes.
I have a lot of questions for the order.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Problem. Through the council president.
Can we,
Your name, please?
Paul Williams, Broad Street, Township.
Okay.
I was curious, it was interesting listening to the auditor, but I know that there's a lot of questions that weren't perhaps most appropriate for the auditor that were asked, that were probably more appropriate to hear from the chief financial officer.
Yep.
And that's why I would like to hear. I'd much rather hear from that person.
I think that will
And that
come later.
person's narrative than the mayor's narrative or anyone else's narrative. I'd much rather hear from that person, especially as we're having this Q&A about these particular items and things are in the air now. Maybe there might need to be some cleanup because the CFO at some point, if not tonight, as this is a budget presentation, you know, these are questions that are probably better suited for the chief financial officer. And with that, Council President, I was interested to hear the mayor talk about 6 officers being hired. But then I recall in July of last year that there was an ordinance passed that created a committee for hiring. And on that committee, it included now the mayor and the business administrator, and of course the chief. And as far as that, unless Chief Mayor came back, we do not have a chief, as of yesterday at least, if not, I think a week ago when he took some leave. So I would ask you all to please keep that in mind as we listen to someone say that 6 officers were hired yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
excuse me, Council President, just to clarify, the chief, I had a conversation with the chief as far as yesterday's interview or interviews. They were attended by Captain Scally and Lieutenant Petalino as representatives for the chief. As far as the other 5 officers, they're finally done with the background checks. Those interviews
So
occurred
when you
over.
say chief, you mean the chief that's on leave of absence?
The first 5 people who just finished their backgrounds, who are starting, right? That's a very long process, takes like several months. They were all interviewed by the chief, Captain Scally, myself, and the business administrator. The officer last night, well, 3 officers that interviewed last night were interviewed by Captain Scally, Lieutenant Petalino, Mr. Chabot, and myself. And the decisions have to be unanimous. That's where it's going.
All right. Is there any more questions from the public?
Does it have to be budget related or?
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, I need a motion to close.
Motion to close public comment.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Dave.
Thank you.
All in favor to close public comment?
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, so now we need a motion then on number 9.
I believe we're on number,
Oh, I got the wrong one.
yeah, that was 8. No, I'm sorry, that was 7, the presentation. And, yeah, I guess number 8 would be the public comment portion, which we already took a vote on. And I have those.
So we're on number 9.
Now we're on number 9.
Okay, all right. Because the agenda keeps getting updated and I get the numbers change. So that's why there's a little confusion. All right, so
Okay.
you want to read it?
Yes, item number 9 is a resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, to amend the 2026 introduced budget in accordance with the provisions of NJSA 40A:4-9 This is the first reading of that resolution, for the record.
Okay, who would like to make a motion?
Motion was made by Council Vice President Iverson, seconded by Councilman Coleman. Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Council President Zakozy?
I want to thank Jerry for a wonderful presentation that he did, and I want to thank the mayor for setting this up for the council, because we asked for it, so that was good, and I hope everybody understood it more than I did, so I'm voting yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
Okay, we're moving on to the final readings.
Okay. Item number 10 is a final reading. It's an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing section 477-79, Schedule 21 speed limits of Chapter 477 Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code, reducing the speed limit on Walnut Street, which is a county road, from 40 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour for the entire length to promote enhanced vehicular and pedestrian safety due to complaints received from residents. This is a final reading, so we have to open it up to public comment.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that has a comment about number 10, this ordinance? Seeing, okay, Julie. Just state your first name for the record again.
I use this street frequently since it's near where I live, and this is badly needed as far as lowering the speed limit on this street, because there are innumerable apartment complexes with lots of kids. There's an elementary school, people walking their dogs, and there's so it's badly needed, this speed reduction in this, on this street. And it's also the street that they want to put affordable housing as far as additional apartment complexes. So I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no public comment on number 10 anymore? I need a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none? Okay, we need a motion to
Motion to move
pass.
10.
I'll second. Motion was made by Councilman Bianchini, seconded by Councilman Bradley. Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley? Yes. Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Zakozy?
Yes.
Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
Okay, do you want to read number 11, please?
Moving on to number 11, that's an ordinance adopting amendments to the existing affordable housing zone known as the HBMF Highway Business Multifamily Zone, attached as Exhibit A, to generate 4 affordable units through the construction of 2 floors atop an existing 2-story retail and commercial structure at Block 796, Lot 3, commonly known as 2008 Route 37. This is a final reading, so again, public comment is needed.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that has any thoughts about number 11? Does everyone know where this location is on Route 37? It's
That was going to be my question, is what is...
Okay, come forward again, please. All right, you don't have to run. Thank you.
Laura Nitro, Monroe Avenue. That would be my question. What is this exact structure? What is this location?
Okay, this is all part of us getting that number for affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay, and this property, with the mayor and our counselor and the builder, this is where the strip mall is on 37 on the westbound side, past like Garfield.
Okay.
Leo's Laundry or over there, and they're proposing,
4.
yeah, but that's 4, is that the total number?
Total, yeah, you want me to jump in? So there's, if it's okay.
Thank you.
So there's this process, right, where you get given this number of affordable housing units, and then people contest the plan.
Right.
Right, they, I forget, the legal challenge is the legal word, they challenge the plan. You have to try your best to settle all of those.
Okay.
These folks had office space on Route 37 above a strip mall.
Okay.
And they challenged our plan. We had to settle with them. You have to try to settle these as best as possible until you hit your number, which we did. And I believe it's 20 units on 37 eastbound, westbound. And 4 of them will be affordable. The nice thing about that, though, is I think they'll be very attractive for people with summer rentals. So it probably won't have an impact on taxpayers.
Are we changing zoning to do that? Because that's my ultimate, so once you, this is kind of the snowball effect that you go into. Once you change zoning on one thing, then you have people that can come back and say, well, yeah, it's there, how come we can't do it here?
It doesn't work. We could call the affordable housing council up if you like, but it doesn't work like that. This is legalized spot zoning, essentially, for affordable housing. So when they say to you, you have to get a certain number of units, you can get them done like that, but it does not affect surrounding. So someone else cannot say next door, hey, I want to build apartments. It doesn't work like that.
Okay,
That doesn't set a precedent.
but if we were at a deficit again in the future, and somebody said, I would like to change the zoning of this, whatever it is, so that we can do this, and they say, well, we did this, you did this for this company, how come you're not gonna do it for us? I mean, is that a snowball effect that we fall under where people are gonna start?
You're asking if it's a precedent.
Yeah, are we setting a precedent?
It's
Yeah,
not-
are we
it's
setting a
not-
precedent?
It's not a precedent, it's statutory, and if that were a precedent, right, there were 1,400 affordable housing units built in the last round, resulting in over 5,000 apartments township-wide, all in, affordable, non-affordable, I think we're like, they calculated the other day, like 250.
Okay.
So it's a phenomenal plan. We got the best plan out of anybody with a municipality this size in the state of New Jersey, and this is part of that whole procedure. It's done in a court. They put in a challenge, they say, hey, we want to be part of the program. If they have a viable option, you get to choose from people who have viable options until you hit your number. That's what we did, and we tried to not urbanize our neighborhoods.
I just wanna make sure I'm understanding it correctly, so this.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Mrs. Zingaro, can you please come up here? Thank you. Mrs. Zingaro is one of the premier affordable housing attorneys in the state of New Jersey.
I'll try to answer.
He'll do a much better job for me. How long are we in the timer? What, did we do 5 minutes already? 4. Do you mind him jumping in, or do you want your minute?
No, I'll give you a couple more.
Yeah, as long as I can finish what I have to say. Absolutely. Okay, so, go ahead to answer my question.
Sure, so each round you have.
I'm gonna help you out already. I already know everybody is gonna ask you to speak up because you're very like to me and I'm right here.
Got it. So each development that's brought by a challenger is reviewed on its particular property.
Okay.
We look at whether that property can be developed for affordable housing.
Okay.
So it is, every parcel is looked at on its own.
Okay.
So when it comes to a precedent or not, in the future, let's say in a future round when a developer comes in, the obligation of that developer is to show that that particular site can be developed in a certain way. And the courts and the municipality looks at that particular parcel on its own.
So real quick, just to stop you. So does this particular parcel, do they get benefits for helping reach the number of affordable units that we need? Is there a benefit to this for them?
Sure, so I guess I could maybe answer that by, in this particular case for this development, there's no associated pilot, there are no associated payments. It's simply a rezoning that allows them, that developer, to construct the additional 20 units, generating the 4 affordable units. But there is no other contribution triggered for the municipality. There are no particular rules associated with this type of development that would trigger any responsibility of the municipality to make some type of contribution. So, no. The only thing the municipality is doing for this project is making possible the zone.
I also think what she's really getting to the crux of it is, does this mean people can build apartments down Route 37? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The zoning on Route 37 remains intact.
So
Unless in the future round, someone else challenges.
But there's no precedent.
That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, do you open a can of worms by changing the zoning like this?
I think we're going to be good for 10 years.
A decade, right? We're going to do only 250 total, and it's good for a decade versus last round, which was 1,400 affordable and over 5,000 all in. So this is a phenomenal plan. I'm very proud of what we negotiated. I'm very thankful that we had one of the best attorneys in the state working on it. And, of course, I would rather it be nothing, and I'd rather the free market make the determination, but the law is the law.
I think most people understand that the law is the law, and we do have certain things that we have to abide by coming from the state. I understand that. I don't think that that's anybody's problem. I think a lot of people have a problem with the resolutions that we're trying to make, taking open public space, changing zoning for specific things. Again, back to what I've been saying over and over, does this become a can of worms? Does this open a theory for more people that they did this, how come I can't do this? If this happened, why can't it happen
To
here?
answer your question, it's a matter of opinion.
Okay.
All right?
Let the attorney jump in.
I want to hear what Dave, I would like Dave to finish what he was saying, and then I can.
All right, so there's council members up here on the dais aren't too thrilled about this, but it's part of the solution.
Right.
So you got to weigh the pros and the cons. It's not township land, it's privately owned. They're not going to get any benefits, you're not going to get the money toward this or anything like that.
Okay. I think that is a huge thing, is are they going to get benefits if other people see benefits coming, are they going to jump in on that?
Like, there's other areas in town.
Okay.
So, and that's all I can say.
Listen, I get it, it's not easy. I wouldn't want to be in any of your seats. This is not an easy job. I understand that completely, but I don't feel like anybody is making it easy on anybody else, and I think that that's a large part of.
Okay, I think your time is up. I'm sorry to
That's
say.
okay. That's okay. If you want to finish anything, though, go right ahead.
Did you want to just jump in one more?
Yeah, I'll just say this. One way to answer the question is, if you look at this particular challenge, for decades, in order to comply with affordable housing obligations, the municipality has zoned properties. And if you look at this challenge, there's nothing in that challenge that says, hey, you've done it in the past, do it for me. It's not the basis that a developer goes in and tries to make that argument.
They don't have to.
So I think maybe the history of the township and its many, zoning of parcels over decades, that wasn't cited at all by the developer. So it's not something that is a basis that someone comes in and makes that argument. They're making on their particular property.
Okay, thank you. All right. State your first name and your last name for the record, please.
Michael Messina, 3478 Carey Avenue. I'm not sure this is the appropriate time to bring it up, so shut me down.
No, we're on number 11.
Affordable housing.
Yes.
Okay.
No, you got to be on this item.
Just on the 4?
On this item.
It's number 11.
Okay,
You could do the rest of public comment.
Okay.
But you're supposed to be on this item.
Let me know when.
Okay, we'll do. We will. All right, I don't see anybody else that has comments or questions on number 11, so I need a motion to
close public comment first.
Yes, I need a motion to close public. Okay, by Councilman Hager, second by Councilman Coleman.
All in favor of close public comment?
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. All right, so we need a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve was made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman,
Yes.
Councilman Aber,
Yes.
Councilman Bradley,
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini,
Yes.
Council Vice President Magnuson,
Yes.
Council President Sekozy.
Like I said before, it's all matter of opinion. I'm voting yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole. Okay, moving on to item number 12. It's going to be a first reading, so there's no public comment required. Number 12 is an ordinance approving a pilot extension for the Highland Plaza Affordable Housing Development located at Block 537, lots 23, 106, and 107, in connection with an extension of the development's existing deed controls. Again, this is a first reading.
Okay. Mayor, briefly, just explain it, what the pilot is and the extension where it is.
Yeah, I guess, I may need, I'm going to try first, but I would like the attorney to come up. I believe that these are units that are existing, and that there was a pilot, which is they pay a percentage of revenue in to the town instead of tax. And in order to get them to keep these units affordable for another 30 years, they asked for an extension of that. Am I correct on that? Yes. And so someone else initially gave the pilot, probably in the prior round or two, and so there'd be no impact on taxpayers. This is exactly what the current tax structure is, but to get them to stay affordable, again, to be affordable, you have to be 60% of market rate rent, right? So if somebody agrees to give up 40% of their rent, they're not going to do that without an incentive. So there was a young lady up here before, Red-headed lady, she was asking, hey, are there any incentives on this? A lot of times they require the incentives, or you're not going to get the unit, because nobody, it's a capitalist country. There's no free lunch. You're mandated to have the units. You're mandated to have the units, and you have to have them, and people are not going to do them without the incentive.
Okay.
Now, I'll turn it over to Zingaro.
All right, but first, I want to see everyone back here in 2056, all right? 30 years from now on this down the road. All right. So,
I'll be here.
all right.
How you doing?
All right, we need some humor, okay? So, everyone, we're doing great tonight. Thank you. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Council President.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll just make a few notes. Tax exemption has been in place since the 1980s. The purpose of the exemption is to continue, so there was a prior extension in 2014 that noted the possibility of a further extension beyond 2034. This extension is meant to ensure that we can lock in the deed controls. Additionally, there is a contribution being made by the township to the owner of the complex of $1.32 million. However, we negotiated that would be paid out over 10 years rather than a lump sum. And the purpose of that is not only to support the financial feasibility of extending for 30 more years, but by making that municipal contribution, it triggers the ability to capture bonuses under the current law.
Where does that money come from?
That comes from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
When builders pay that tax.
Right, so there's a...
So it's not residents paying that tax, it's...
As developers construct, they have to pay a development fee. And so that ends up in your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That money is being utilized. It's already been approved as part of your spending plan, so it's laid out. Several months ago, it was laid out where those monies are coming from. And so it's an existing tax exemption we continue in the future. And the point is that additional money enables to get bonus credits.
And we have a good amount in that fund, correct? About 9?
I think we spent it all, right? 9 million, I think,
we spent it all.
So it is.
But they were going to take it, right? The state takes it if you don't use it. I believe that was what I saw.
You have to have a spending plan.
Well, we didn't. Did we spend it or it's?
Excuse me. I don't know.
I may be wrong. Let me leave it to you, John. I'm sorry.
The the monies are set aside
Aside.
for the third round and for the fourth
Fourth
round.
round.
For instance, many of the extensions that are being secured through the compliance plan, the monies are part of your spending plan. They've been allocated. You can't spend them except for that purpose.
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
got one question, Mayor. So you have this slush fund that's allocated to help with these pilot programs going forward. Could municipalities take that money, whatever that slush fund is, and purchase property for affordable housing, so at a later date, we're not taking taxpayers' open space, like the young lady was just mentioning, and building on it? Because if it's for affordable housing, instead of the taxpayers buying public property or private property, making it open space, why couldn't we take some of that money to offset the taxpayers and we'll buy more open space in another area? If we have to use some of it, we can actually almost replenish our open space.
If you have the money, if it hasn't been allocated to other mechanisms, of course, there's the other side, whether the project is viable and you can get enough buy-in from all the parties at the table, the challengers, Fair Share Housing Center, the courts, the special adjudicator. So there's a lot that goes into proving that you can actually build a viable project. So,
I mean, if you had a decent amount of acreage, you could build a viable project.
Council President.
technicality,
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I just want to repeat what the attorney said earlier on, which is this money is only available for affordable housing extensions and incentives. It's not a slush fund. We can't touch it for anything else, which is why it gathered $9 million. If other politicians had access to that money for anything, I'm sure there wouldn't be $9 million sitting there now. So it only gets utilized for these very purposes. That's why the tax is there. So I think it's we're mischaracterizing it if we call it a slush fund. It is only paid for by developers and then used to incentivize affordable housing.
For clarity then, these are existing units, we're just an extension, so we're not building any more units. One is project.
on this project.
Perfect.
But I have to sit there and think that there's got to be an option going forward, instead of us building on township property, to use some of this money, because what are we going to do? We're going to give them a tax pilot to build on township property? No, that doesn't make sense.
So,
I'm just saying, we'll get to it when we get to the township property. So
probably why I have more people at bars, but
Yeah, no,
I actually do think it's a really interesting question. If, let's say that a developer who's building a 100% project needs to get financing from the state, oftentimes a municipality actually has to provide a pilot to make the project viable under the state rules. So, on some projects you have to provide a pilot if that's going to be your selected mechanism.
Okay, all right, so we're still on number 12, and I apologize. Did we have public comment on number 12?
No, this is the first- this is the first
There's
reading.
no comment.
There's no public comment, no.
Okay, and everything was explained. So, did council have any more questions on this? No? All right, so we need a motion, please, on number 12. By Councilman Coleman. Second. And second by Robert Bianchini.
Motion was made to approve by Councilman Coleman, seconded by, you heard Robert Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini, Councilman Coleman,
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini,
Yes.
Councilman Bradley, yes. Council Vice President Iverson,
Yes.
Council President Zukosi,
Yes.
Councilman Abert,
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Okay,
Okay.
number 13, first reading.
Yes, it's a first reading of an ordinance adopting amendments to the existing affordable housing zone known as the EMF 23 multifamily zone to generate 42 affordable units for the Jamestown Village development located at Block 610, lots 1, 2, 3, 5, 11, 30, and 31, and 33. Again, a first reading.
Okay, Mayor, I would like you to explain this. I think this was a carryover from
I'm going
the
to
original plan.
You know, I'm seldom lost for words, but I'm going to need help. You want to come up for this?
Okay.
So I think this part council is going to incorporate some plan.
Louder.
I'm
Come on,
sorry.
you could do it.
He's not a criminal litigator. He's a point violence guy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, Council President, this particular project is going to incorporate some planning planning details, and I know my role and I know my hat, and I'm going to hand it over to our planner in a moment just to run through a little bit on this project. Let me give you a little background. JD Jamestown LLC is the owner of Jamestown Villages, the existing project. They were one of the challengers in the affordable housing program process. They brought forward a challenge to the entire plan. They had a proposal to develop a project that would place existing additional units at the Jamestown property. We were able to decrease the size of the project, generate affordable housing units, and also get the developer to commit to convert some of the existing market rate units into affordable units. We also locked in protections for existing tenants so that that process doesn't kick anyone out of their houses. The developer cannot occupy this project once it's constructed without ensuring that the existing market rate units have been converted over to affordables. So what happened was we worked through the process. We reached a settlement agreement. We had to memorialize it. We worked with the court mediator over the past few weeks to finalize the form of the settlement agreement. That's what's before you today. It takes this challenger off the table so that we can proceed toward an ultimate compliance litigation without them trying to further chip away the plan.
All right, and I just wanted to make sure, for full disclosure, this is in my ward, Ward 4, so I think this is the best deal that we could get. So, but on the existing units, how do they make that affordable when somebody moves out to get to that number? But is there a time limit on that?
Is this Jamestown?
Yes.
Yeah, so in Jamestown, the older units are...
He's got it. He's doing good.
He may, yes, he usually does. I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
So the process is they have represented that there was enough turnover over the course of the construction period to ensure that they can fill those units as tenants leave. But the agreement is very specific, and the terms they place in the record are very specific, that they have no right to occupy any of the new construction project until they have de-restricted the the converted units. So they're just, if they don't get to it and they don't have enough tenants turn over, then the new project will just sit. But we have some time through construction. We all know how long.
And how do they advertise for?
Yeah, so they are held to the exact same obligation as any affordable housing developer to have an administrative agent, to use a marketing plan. So the law sets out a number of items that developers have to satisfy. The marketing has to be to the region, and so they're going to have to satisfy.
And the tenants have to meet certain requirements.
The state regulates stuff like that.
All right, thank you.
So one question, do you know how many units were proposed originally?
So
They only wanted to do like...
It was in excess of 140 total units on the property.
With 20 affordable.
It was in excess of 140. I don't have the exact ceiling, but I do know that it came down to 140. One item I want to clarify, just because we're up here now talking about the overlay ordinance, this ordinance has been tweaked to address two items. I want to make sure that it's very clear there's a settlement agreement with JD Jamestown LLC as part of the resolution packet. And in that settlement agreement, there's a concept plan for the project. That concept plan actually lists that there will be 148 units. That's incorrect. It's actually going to be down to 140. We have in writing an acknowledgement by the attorney that the settlement agreement is correct. The concept plan is not correct. They're going to amend that to adjust the unit count. But I just want to make sure we have that.
That 140 units that you're talking about, that's going to be the total number is going to the new construction?
I think, yeah, there's a...
So what I'm trying to get,
The affordables are existing, they're not...
what was the ones that they were proposing? Because I know it was more than 40 units. They were building like 5 or 6 different complexes out there. Do you know what that total number was that they were proposing?
So I don't have the total unit count right now from me. I'm going to tell you it was over 140. I just don't have the particular number from the program challenge. I'm sorry, but it was over 140. We got them down to 140. And that 140.
I'm actually off, that's why I want to ask you that question. It's my understanding that it's 40 some odd affordable units. They are existing units that people are going to, as they move out, they're going to move in as affordable, and then they would build new ones that would be market rate. But so I want to be clear about the new construction number. Do you have that? Let's ask the planner. I'm sorry.
Rick Hunt, Affordable Housing Planner. Right now, they're proposing 140 new units, and 28 of those will be affordable. And then of the existing units, it's approximately 272. 14 of those will be converted from market to affordable. So that's 42 total affordable units that will be on the Jamestown property between the existing and new development.
Okay. And now, out of the 140 new units, do you know how many proposed new structures there's going to be? Is it going to be 20 per unit? Is it going to be 5 buildings? Is it going to be 4 buildings? Do you have that?
It was 42% affordable.
I believe there's 6 new buildings that are comparable to the existing buildings.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's going to be 6 new buildings, and a lot of people in that area on Jamestown are going crazy about the traffic now without the 6 new buildings. So I get it, and I understand so about affordable housing. I'm just trying to clarify so that a lot of residents that don't know the background behind it all, it's a big project. So you're almost going to double what you have there now on Jamestown, and put 6 brand new buildings. I mean, they're not small. They get another 140 units, and we're going to wind up getting literally 28 affordable housings out of it.
Well, no, you get 40.
We'll get 42, but we're going to get 14 out of the existing ones. I know you take the 28 and the 14, that's where you get the 42. I can add. I'm just saying that new buildings, new structures, new traffic, that whether they're existing or not, you still have that traffic. I'm looking at the big picture.
Understood. And
okay,
as part
someone
of this,
doesn't understand that. I keep hearing that.
as part of this, they did provide us with a, I'll say, very brief traffic report, basically extrapolated from their prior site plan approval.
Listen.
And as part of any site plan application, they'll have to be reviewed by board professionals, and they'll have to submit a full
Listen, I will tell you,
analysis.
I sat on plenty of meetings and stuff where traffic studies, that's all skewed. It depends when you take it, depends if it's summertime, wintertime, 8 o'clock at night. So I get all that. They bring their people in and they present this to go through. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands going forward where we're at. It's not the best idea, we're getting 42 units. I just want to make sure, like the young lady was saying, that we set the precedent, because it got shut down in Tom's River originally because it was overdevelopment. Now, she's asking, there's a precedent now, can someone else down the street propose another project on Jamestown and go forward?
I'll just say to the precedent, we're working here to get the township immunity for the 4th round. And when you have the immunity, these builders' challenges cannot come.
Right.
So these challenges that have come now have come within the legal challenge period of the 4th round, which is what we're here talking about today. Once the township receives that immunity, it's not like they can over the next 10 years come out and challenge.
But if someone new wants to come out and build on a property, they can submit a plan. It doesn't mean they're going to get it.
Exactly.
No, I get that.
Well,
What you're talking about is use variance.
Exactly.
Council President, I have one question for the planner.
Sure, go ahead, thank you.
Rick, what was the original number the state was asking us to do?
I believe it was 679.
679. Now, if you built that 80-20, which is what happened the last time around, how many units would that be? It's a big math number, right? 4 or 5 times that? Is it safe to say 4 or 5 times that?
It would be about 4 times that if you're 80% unit.
So somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 apartments. Are we anywhere near that in our new construction number? Or are we about a tenth of that?
No.
Okay, so it's a phenomenal accomplishment. Any development that is occurring is happening on major roadways. A little bit on Hooper, a little bit on 37, a little bit on 9. And we're done for a decade. We're done for a decade, which is a big accomplishment considering neighboring communities. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so any more discussion on this? Okay. We need a motion then on number 13.
Motion was made by Councilman Aber.
I'll say.
Second by Councilman Coleman to approve ordinance item number 13. Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
I voted no the first time, I'll vote no the second time.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sikosi?
I'll vote last, please.
Councilwoman O'Toole? Council President?
Okay, so this is in, like I said before, it's in Ward 4. I represent Ward 4, and of course I don't like it, and I had other ideas, but it seems like we're always under the gun to get things done here, and this is a big part of us in round 4 to get this affordable housing behind us, and unfortunately the state says you have to do this, and I think they actually do satellite pictures of the lands of town and say maybe you could use this or do that. You got this over here, and we don't care about the road system, the traffic lights, or if it can handle it. And yes, as Councilman Bianchini and everybody else said, yeah, it's going to impact this neighborhood. You know, we have the school there, and but I'm voting yes.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired on any item, that item will be considered separately.
Okay, does anyone
Do you need me to
want to
go?
talk about a certain resolution or anything? You want anything pulled or? And? Like pull E? Anyone else?
Yeah, you want me to just explain to them what it's then?
Okay, yeah.
You want me to do that
be a
before you
couple-
bother calling it, or?
Anyone else? Do you have any questions on? No?
Would it be all right for me to go out of order here just to clarify that for the chief?
And Dave, you gotta pull in.
And Mom or Nancy?
Nancy.
Nancy. Just so you know, we, the police cars, the last dealer, the one who won the state contract, won the contract under the Cranford Co-op that the chief had found, we're a member of this Cranford Co-op for cops, and he found a great price on it.
Yeah.
I'm still not interested in, hang on. So the chief had found a great deal under the Cranford Co-op. It's going to be $49,000 a vehicle or something like that. It turns out after he spoke to, we're not alone. He went to get the cars, and in typical car dealer fashion, except this is a little unusual because they have a bid with the state. It was very bizarre that they didn't want to give it to us for that price. We're going to look into what we can do about that, but in the meantime, we want to buy these cop cars, and through the state contract, this would come through the state contract where it'd be $1,000 or $2,000 more per unit, but significantly cheaper than what the other folks are trying to charge us. And as far as I know, I believe you'd have to clarify with Dottie, but we're not allowed to pay over. If they want to bid at 49 and change, we're not even allowed to go over. Is that correct, Dottie?
State contract.
Yeah, so, no, but this was a Cranford, we originally did the Cranford Co-op because we were gonna save, it looked like we were gonna save a boatload of money. The chief went there and they basically, yeah, they were looking to charge us $80,000 more, which is the cost of like 2 vehicles. They basically weren't living up to their bid, which I think they're obligated to do. However, there's too many fish to fry in the world. So we're just going to use the state contract to purchase those vehicles, 15 crossovers. Tahoes, they get much more reliable. Fords have transmission issues all the time. So.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Just a footnote, when this deal fell apart on us, I went to Lester Glenn, and it would have just taken too much time for them to get on board and in the process. But hopefully in the future, they will be involved, and our acting business administrator, Drew Chabot, he did work with the general manager, so
thank you for taking our lead on that, Dave. I appreciate it. There was Dave's idea that, hey, why don't we, Council President Sikosi's idea that, hey, why don't we go and try to do this locally?
yeah, they do so much for our town and everything, and they employ so many people, but hopefully down the road, we can get them involved.
We'd have to bid it ourselves, and then they'd have to respond to that bid. Is that how that would work, Patty? So we would have to then next time around bid. So maybe we'll try that next year. Patty, we'll try bidding the cars, bidding the Tahoes.
So we need to.
Yeah, we need to. Can we reiterate clearly for the record which ones we're pulling, or which ones you're pulling? I don't think you opened up to the public yet.
I have E and N. We never voted on the consent agenda yet.
Or, yeah, we did. So, we M, N, Mary, Nancy, and Umbrella.
So you want, all right, please correct me. So you want letters E or no?
Yes.
E, M, like Mary, N, like Nancy, and U, like Umbrella.
Correct.
All right. E, M, N, and U.
And the public?
Yeah, we're gonna do, okay. So, okay, so if anyone has an item they want to talk about, please come forward.
Just the poll right now, and then we'll do the balance, and then we'll go back to that.
All right. Just the poll. Yes.
I also would like item B to be pulled, and I'd like to say something about it.
Okay, thank you. And what was your letter?
We're just pulling the items right now.
What letter? N also? Okay.
Y.
Y? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion.
So we're going to vote on the
Bring it. Okay. Thank you. We just got served in a lawsuit, so thank you for waiting.
Thanks, Boris. Thanks to the worst thing that ever happened to Tom Trevor.
Tom, I would advise you not to make comments on the lawsuit. You just cost the township already.
Yeah, stop. Wait, listen, the meeting has gone so smooth, Tom. I didn't sue you, so I'm just.
Mayor, please.
All right, everyone,
Okay.
We know you set it up to make it look that way. Have the guy here, because we're gonna be here.
Who served you, Tom?
Okay, it's one and one.
Okay, so,
I should have kept my mouth shut.
okay,
All right, so
do you need it? Do you need?
No, let the clerk proceed.
Are we, okay. So hold on, we're gonna vote on the balance of the consent agenda minus E, M, N, U, and Y.
That's correct, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
So we need a motion on the balance.
I'll motion.
Second.
Motion was made on the balance of the consent agenda minus E, M, N, U, and Y to council, motion was made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman,
Yes.
Councilman Aber,
Yes.
Councilman Bradley,
Yes, for the balance.
Councilman Bianchini,
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson,
Yes.
Council President Zukosi,
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Okay. All right. So which one are we going to start on?
You want to go in order?
So I have E first.
E. I think you, why did you change the date, Joe?
The August change was the stage was not available that we rent from the county, so we moved that show to August 5th. June 30th is going to be a celebration of the 250th anniversary. So what I did was we took one of the later dates in July, which is July 28th, and just moved that to the 30th. So there's no more, like no extra shows, it's just changing the dates that were previously scheduled.
And they're scheduled and contracted, this is really just permit. Right, so it's the permit, so you're already gonna have to pay the guy who does the fireworks and the people who do the show. This is just about the permit and changing the date of the permit. So if you vote it down and it doesn't pass and we don't have a permit, we're still gonna have to pay the people who are contracted to do the fireworks and to come and sing. So, your call, your pleasure.
So we need a motion on letter E.
I'll motion to approve.
There's no comment from the public? Council President?
Oh,
Yeah, we,
okay, sorry.
yes.
Thank you. Paul Williams, Wall Street Thunder. As he's asked, as the mayor and business administrator is asking to move these dates, I'm going to suggest that you do not move them. I'm also going to suggest that at another time you pass a resolution rescinding the resolution that you passed authorizing these dates, because at face value, it seems that you're only approving the permits. But if you look at the dates that were posted on the Township Facebook page, these dates are all coinciding with band performances. And I know a lot of these bands. They're good bands. They're not cheap. And they draw a crowd that's going to be huge. And there's no ratables. There's nothing coming back to Tom's River by having this event down there in down in Shelter Cove. It's a great event, don't get me wrong. Good bands, it's probably going to be a lot of fun. But this is indicative of where the priorities are for this administration. It's a concern. What's going to happen, because you approve these dates, is that taxpayer money is going to be used, and I'm going to venture a guess, it's going to be pretty exorbitant, because I don't think any of you saw what these so-called contracts look like. It's going to be pretty exorbitant. So whatever the loss is, it's just going to be the loss. They can still put on fireworks, but they're going to have to put them on that day, or he's going to have to cancel them and tell the vendor, we're canceling them, we're not going to do it, of which there should have been a clause in there, in that contract. But the suggestion that I have is that this be voted down, because in addition to the exorbitant expense for these vendors, these bands, the people that live in that vicinity aren't huge fans of particularly people from out of town, which is what these bands are going to draw. Coming and filling that street, it's going to be a nightmare for law enforcement. It's going to be a nightmare for public safety in the event that something happens and police and other first responders need to get there. It was one thing when it was small, when it was just, you know, a passive thing, a community thing. But this lineup is huge. It's huge. It's going to be detrimental to that area. So this is not just simply a matter of rescheduling. It's a matter of acknowledging that there was more at play when this was presented to you than you were aware of. There was more at play in terms of what the impact is going to be in that area and on taxpayer dollars as these contracts that fall below the threshold that you need to approve are entered into. Because it's not one vendor. It's not like it's one vendor who's the promoter and then the vendor is hiring the bands. These are individual contracts with each band, and they all fall under the threshold. For all we know, unless there's some information that we're missing, but for all we know, the mayor is paying these vendors up to the maximum amount before it has to get passed by the council. So with that being said, I would suggest that you, at a minimum, table this, if not vote it down.
Well, that was one of my concerns with this. I was always under the impression that it was strictly just dates, okay? I have issues because a lot of people said it's in Shelter Cove. They have concerns with actually the woodlands over there with causing a fire possibly. The fireworks going off with the dogs. It's in my ward, so I get all these people saying, you have one way in, one way out, so God forbid if there's anything major that's going on. I don't know what each of these cost. The band, I don't know what it costs. I don't know what the fireworks cost. I don't know how much overtime it's going to cost. I think they're great. I think that people will be fantastic, but I don't know if that's the right area. I don't know what the whole total cost is all in. I mean, they're voting for dates. They keep saying dates, but you're right. If it goes under a certain threshold, we don't ever have to see that. Get 3 quotes, and guess what? It's a done deal.
And that's great for some of these bands. I'm friends with some of these bands.
I'm not against anything. I'm more against the fireworks than
but
bands.
it's detrimental to our community, it's detrimental to the taxpayers.
Listen, just so
and
you
it's
know,
detrimental to public
for
safety.
the record, I already contacted the Department of Forestry to see if we could start doing some thinning out of, because I talked to Eastover, it's not the privy, they have to go through the DEP, the forestry. We reach out to them because if something happens over there, God forbid what's going to happen, that's just going to go right on down Bay Avenue and take out all those houses. And they're coming to me.
Where are they?
You're absolutely right.
No, I'm just not.
You're absolutely right, Council.
Council President?
Like I said, I think at a minimum you should table this, and if not, vote it down.
Okay, thank you. You had something?
Yeah, I would just like to say, first of all, this is incredibly popular. As Mr. Williams stated, it's like thousands of people sometimes that come down to the beach. It's a family fun event. These are the kind of things that nice towns do. As far as taxes, as I'm sure you all know, because we just went very much in depth into the budget, taxes are flat, spending is down. Paul, Mr. Williams doesn't pay property taxes. He doesn't live in the area. And the people who are living in the area walk to see the shows, and you see them flooding out of their house and back into their house and all the neighborhoods. It's a great family fun event. These are the kind of things that we should be doing with taxes, doing nice things for people. I would just advise everybody up here, I mean, sure, call, but if you vote down the permit and I get stuck paying for the concert anyway, and then we can't have the show, you're going to look ridiculous. But that's something you're going to have to make a decision on, principally.
So one thing that I have to add to that you didn't bring up, that brought to my attention, you cannot believe the amount of damage that the fireworks do to all the boats that are out there on the lagoons and everything.
We've never gotten a complaint. There's not a single you recognized me, and he kept talking. You started talking over me. You did recognize me.
To your point, there's issues that are involved.
You do recognize. You want to just circle back with me then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finish up.
No, he interrupted me. He did a shot. That's why I thought, okay.
Yeah, again, we haven't had a complaint here even once, other than, somebody who's obviously political, who complains about everything and pays their taxes. Now, as far as boat damage, we've never seen any boats damaged before.
We never had complaints about the traffic and the noise and
No.
the damage to
No, it's such a
fields,
huge event.
garbage.
such a huge event, everybody loves it.
Listen, everybody loves it till something happens, and then all of a sudden
Right,
everybody puts their hands.
well, we have the fire,
No.
this is for the fire department and the permits, and fireworks have been shot over this town for 100 years. You know, under the supervision of the fire.
Okay,
marshal.
gentlemen, next, we're gonna move on. Yes, you have a comment about?
Yes, Julie Adamick. I'm just going to remind you of what was one of the people that came to the mic back in 2024 who indicated in their town with Veterans Park in Bayville that the residents do not pay for fireworks, that they do a mayoral golf outing that is a fundraiser for that type of thing. So if the mayor is intent on doing these types of events for the public, which is really amounts to a couple hundred people, and you have over 99,000 people, and the majority of the people are not attending this concert and these fireworks, which are simply duplication of what is being offered all over the county. Many things being offered by the county itself, so that's our tax dollars at work there already. But if he wants to do this, he should be doing fundraising on his own to get the funds and not using taxpayers' money for this. Other towns do this same thing.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that has a comment? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion to close public comment on.
I would remind everybody too, it's the 250th anniversary of the United States of America this year. I think fireworks are great. I think these shows are great. And I think the public very much supports them. Coming out against fireworks is un-American, and you're going to look ridiculous, especially since we have to pay for them anyway.
Okay, thank you. All right, need a motion? You want to ask?
Since you asked, let's motion, even though let's motion to close public comment, Council President, real quick.
Okay. I need a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
And now motion on
Opposed? Hearing none.
motion on resolution E.
Okay, and I need a motion
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve resolution E was made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Listen, we have bigger priorities in this town, and listen, I like fireworks, all right? But I think it's excessive at a certain point, and I believe that we have things falling apart in this town, and listen, I'm all for fun, but let's fix stuff first, and then we can have as much fun as we want, but also I don't think we should be wasting the taxpayers' money on something that maybe they don't want to go to, so my vote is no.
Councilman Bianchini?
I'm a veteran. I appreciate it's our 250th anniversary. A lot of people brought some concerns. I know that the mayor loves it. It's a good day for the PR with his name in the back screen and all that stuff. I know what's going on. I know why he's pushing for this, but I'm voting no.
Council Vice President Iverson?
I think too many fireworks displays just dilute the whole concept of our independence and 250th. I think it should be just kept on the 4th of July. I vote no.
Council President Sikosi?
I'll vote last, please.
Councilwoman O'Toole? And now Council President Sikosi.
Council President, we're going to pay for this anyway. Just reminding you, this is just about moving the date. This is already contracted. It's already contracted.
Where's the contract?
He's warning.
Yeah, so all the arguments about saving township money are moot.
Move, because you're throwing the money away because you won't move the date for the permit because it's been paid for already. I did, the mayor, I hired him. Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to respect Councilman Bianchini. This is his ward, Ward 1. He knows that area like the back of his hand. He knows the marina there. He knows all the people there that park. And we're all for fireworks, you know, but, and I said it before about this, Thomas River is not in the entertainment business. okay? It's great to have it on the 4th of July, and maybe another event, but I'm not for having bands and fireworks all summer long, and I just think it's just too much trouble. So I'm voting no.
Moving on to item letter M. Letter M.
M is the employee contract, right? M, yeah, that's the foreman, that take our trash and recyclables, and guys, it's the supervisor, so all the foremen in the roads department, parks, buildings, grounds, all those folks. Supervisors in code enforcement, and all of the building inspectors. Yeah, we came to an agreement, 3% a year, no retro pay, but a little more in the first year to make up for the retro, right? Yeah. So that's the agreement. 3.3 year 1, 3, 3, and 3. So significantly more generous than the prior couple of contracts, but I think inflation is something that a lot of families are wrestling with right now. I mean, it's nearly impossible to buy a steak anymore. I feel like I need a mortgage. So I don't know how folks with restaurant businesses keep up right now. So, they have the right to collectively bargain. We bargained, we came to an agreement. I would support it if I think it should be supported.
I just have one question, Dave, as well.
Yes, go ahead.
So, how long has this contract been going on for negotiation?
I don't recall. I just know it's settled now.
Okay, 2 years. What I'm trying to get at, is it for a 4-year contract from today?
Yeah, the contract does not go backwards. The contract goes from here forward. It's always typically 4 years, these deals. That's why I inherited 8 of them.
So what was the first year, 3.5?
No. The first year, again, in lieu of retro pay, which means the folks were flat for a year or two, we gave them an extra 1/3%. It's a lot of work to go back and log in all the pension changes to do the retro. It takes a tremendous amount of time. So in lieu of that, it's 3.3% the first year, but you get the benefit of compounded interest, which you don't really get, not compounded interest, but compounded percentages. So they agreed to do that instead of retro.
That answers my question. So it's 4 years going forward. It's not, we have to go back to the table in 2 years.
No, 4 years going forward. You're in for 4 years, 3. And listen, headwind, inflation is significantly higher than that. And I don't have to tell you that. Just go to the pump or, like I said, try to buy a piece of meat and you'll see what it's like. So as you all know, I'm a pretty fiscally conservative guy. I think we got a good deal for the employees and a good deal for the town.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right. So, any more questions on this?
No.
Okay, so I need a motion then.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, on M?
Yes.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilman Bradley?
Motion was made by Councilman Bianchini, seconded by Councilman Bradley. Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sikosi?
Yes, absolutely.
Councilman Coleman?
Thank
Yes.
you to our township workers.
Council President, can I interrupt for a second just to go backwards to this permit?
No,
The VA just told me that the permit is for the 250th anniversary.
Okay, all right. Let's finish
celebration.
and then we'll go back, okay?
Okay.
All right? That's fair.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole? That was a yes.
Okay. All right, then, what do we have? And for review, right? And now? No, wait.
And you and
Resolutions N, U, and Y are remaining. So we're on letter N.
Yes. Okay. Is there any public comment on N? Okay. All right.
Everybody has to get up with their phone. I'm under these texting and these questions.
All right. No. It's a notebook.
What my concern
Your name and address, ma'am?
is without having a
Wait,
full...
just state your name again.
I'm sorry, Joanne Greenberg, 2931 Crestview Lane.
Thank you.
When I look at the statistics from 2024 to 2026, we are down, I think, 16 police officers. That's 2 years' time. The 6 is great if that comes to fruition. I don't understand why we have to buy more cars when we don't even have a full force, and that money might be better utilized.
Well, it's replacement.
So then do we get money for the ones that we're replacing?
No, they get moved into park police and into other functions, right? And then the most fit vehicles are with patrol. And there's always been a 10-year replacement cycle. We bought 10 cars per year over 10 years. And but we have an aging fleet, so I bumped it up to 15. I was intending on doing that again next year as well. It's important, you know, the concept of being a safe vehicle. The vehicle has to be roadworthy. Even though certain Democrats in Trenton don't want us chasing people, you have to be able to.
I agree, but we need cops to be in them, that's all.
Oh, yeah, I think we addressed that already. I know you have to read from your phone for these comments, but, wait a minute, I was, okay. You said we could go back to the firework thing. I just want to be very clear. Oh, you want to go to the end then?
To the end, please. Okay?
Or the end of the meeting, or the end of the consent
Take
agenda?
care of the resolutions, then you can bring it up.
I'm just going to remind everybody, I'll just remind you that the date that you didn't switch for is for the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, and you guys just basically said we can't do the fireworks.
All right, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm just giving you a heads up, you're going to wind up statewide news.
So, is there anybody else on N? Okay, seeing no public comment, I need a motion to close public comment on N. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Neighbor?
All in favor?
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. I need a motion to approve N.
No, M.
No.
Excuse me.
We did M right now, this is N. For the police cars. So who made the motion? Councilman Coleman?
Yeah.
Motion was made to approve item N, was made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman?
Yes, I just want to make one comment on that. The chief did talk to us about the cars, and he said, you know, we're not in good shape. We have cars that have no engines because we had to pull them, put them in other cars. Some are rusted out. He said we are in need of some new vehicles. So that's why my vote is yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
I had a few issues that I wanted to talk to Donnie about before we got to this point, but one is that we're buying these 10 police cars through the co-op, correct?
15.
15 or 15 of them? So it's going through a co-op. It's the second one. The first one, I guess, there was some defects with the cars, or there was some faulties that they couldn't get or something like that. What was the reason?
I'm going to jump in for Dorothy. I explained this before, you're asking it again. We went fully in detail, but I'll do it again. To be clear, we passed this. It was when we initially were going to purchase, we were going to go with the chief's recommendation for the Cranford Co-op. That co-op, when we went to the dealer, they tried to hose us and tried to pull a fast one, which we believe is illegal. They're not allowed to charge more than what they bid. So we can't buy it from them because they won't give us the cars for the price that we're bid. This is not a co-op. This is the state contract, which is slightly more, 2,000 a unit? 2,000 a unit more, something like that, which is still an incredible deal for a car that we could never touch. I know we'd never be able to get a Tahoe for 51 grand. You can hardly get a Honda Civic for that this day. So we got it from the state contract, so we're voting on purchasing 15 vehicles from the state contract. The money's already been allocated. It's been bonded. It's been approved before. We're just purchasing it from a different location.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, but knowing, going forward, I know that we're buying them, and it was mentioned in the past, a lot of people complained about all the new vehicles being painted black. We're getting away from the old tradition, and it was costing more for the blue roofs. It is cheaper for you to purchase a white one versus a black one.
You're incorrect.
Yeah, so I'm not.
No, you're incorrect. It's state contract.
It's state contract. I know. I thought it was state contract.
Yeah, no, it's state contract. It doesn't matter what color it is.
So anyway, so buy white then. My problem is that the black ones are ugly.
It's Councilman Vicini's vote.
Okay, but
Just letting-
please make a notation that the mayor is interrupting at 8:45. Okay, thank you.
So what I'm getting at is that I would like to sit there, see some kind of unity as far as the police department. We have some black ones, which I don't think are very visible at nighttime for the police officers. We're changing because of the color of the roof. If they're all white, at least it looks like some kind of similarity with the police department. We're just in utter disarray with the police department, and I'm just trying to make it gel a little bit better. I'm for the new cop cars. I believe that we need them. I'm just trying to get some simple answers, that's all. I don't need the mayor to keep trying, I just need the public to know what my thoughts are, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
Yes, the roofs of the vehicle, part of the upfit was paying $7 grand per vehicle to paint the roof blue.
I didn't say that, I said leave them white, just buy them.
Okay, but the vehicles are easier to get to in black. They either come in white and black, and that's the way they stock them when they come with that package. And the decision was made a couple of years ago that we were going to go with them in black, and we've continued to buy them in black. And I don't think the residents care. I think this is another one of those things where it's like identity politics, where we're talking to this small group of people who cared about that, who had some
Getting
tradition.
off subject now. Thank you.
No, I'm not. I'm very much on the subject. So buying them white and painting the roofs black is $7,000. By not doing that, we were able to move from the Explorer. No, now he's interrupting me. You see what I'm saying? So note that right now it is 8:44, and Councilman Cheese interrupted me, and before it was 8:41 when I interrupted.
Mayor, you're getting off topic. Please.
Circling back, we were able to move from an Explorer in white, and we would pay $7,000 to paint the roof blue, to a better vehicle, a bigger vehicle, a longer lasting vehicle, one that's more comfortable for police, one that's easier to put a prisoner into, without it costing any more, just simply by
Okay.
buying a black car.
Thank you for the explanations, Mayor.
Much appreciated. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, sincerely.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thanks,
Thank you.
President.
Okay.
All right, so we still need Councilman Vicini's vote.
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Okay, having worked in a body shop, brand new vehicle, no prep work, a white vehicle, 15 of them in the shop, bang them out, probably in a day, $1,000 a piece. 7,000, you get a brand new complete paint job. Okay, so I don't know where he's getting these prices in on these cars, but I think that's ludicrous.
That's what
We do need
paying.
cars.
Mayor?
Well, maybe if you bid it out.
That's exactly what happened, sir. Got bid out, that's what it came in at. That's what happens, we bid everything. You know, you've been up here for a long time now, Tommy. I thought you would have at least learned
Mayor,
something.
this is off subject now. You're
Sorry,
interrupting
what?
the meeting.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
no,
let's finish it up.
8:45.
Every accusation is a confession from the worst thing that ever happened to Tom Riddle. I vote yes for the cars.
Okay, thank you.
At 8:46.
All right, Clark, please.
Council President Zakozy?
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
Okay.
That brings us to item U.
Is that the last one?
We have U and Y.
Okay.
Right now is U.
All right, you want to read this, please?
This is a resolution of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, authorizing the execution of a collective negotiations agreement between the Township of Toms River and the Teamsters Local 97 Blue Collar Bargaining Unit.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that has a comment or a question about you?
The Teamster,
Just the Teamster, no? Okay. Seeing none, I need a motion to close public comment, please. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Any council members have a question on you?
The only question I have is this the same increases for this union as if for the other one? Yes.
I want to be, yeah, but let's steer away from that because that is not always the case. So it's a good question. This one, I believe, is 3.3 also. First year, followed by 3, 3, and 3, but that is not always the case. So, yeah.
Okay.
So just to be clear, I think it's going to be a little different with the, we also just settled the white, the white column, the secretaries and stuff. They have to vote on it. That one will come back with slightly different parameters, so.
Okay. All right. Any other council members have questions? No? All right, let's get this vote done, because this is important.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve. Item U is made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sakoji?
Gladly, yes.
And
Thank you
Councilwoman,
to our workers.
and Councilwoman O'Toole. All right, now the last item that was pulled is item Y.
I think we just went over all this with Mr. Zandaro.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same thing. Is there another question or?
You have another question on why?
I do have it.
A follow-up? Okay,
Yes,
this
that's
is
okay.
3 minutes. now.
Okay, so Laura Dentro, Monroe Avenue. So I heard,
You gotta give your full address for the record.
48 Monroe Avenue.
It's already on the record, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, and I recall Councilman Bianchini saying that this was unanimously denied in zoning board meetings. So it feels a little backhanded that it's now being added in under this affordable housing unit plan. Where are we putting all these buildings? Where are we able to include the parking? What's going to happen with the school that's right there? Those classes already have, my children attended that school. I attended that school. They're already at maximum numbers of students. So what is the plan for all of this on the back end if this was to come to fruition?
These are all great questions and perfect questions.
Would you like me to jump in and answer?
I would like to hear what Mr. Sakosi has to say first.
Yeah.
Like I said before, and what the attorney said, I'm going to pass it over to the mayor. I'm going to honestly say I'm going to chicken out on this one.
I don't think you're chickening out. I mean, I don't think it's wrong to try to go to somebody who may have the answer that I'm looking for, which is totally fine.
Our school numbers have been declining for some years as far as seats.
But not in this specific school, in Walnut Tree.
You're making a determination that these are stagnant, right? That where your district is a stagnant thing, it's not necessarily stagnant. And again, this is all part of a state mandate where they wanted us to do 670 units, and had I built it the way the prior administration did, we would have about 4,000, right, at an 80 to 20. Right now, our new construction number is tiny. We did all those deed extensions with existing affordable housing, where we preserve affordable housing for those who needed it without destroying more open space or increasing market rate development. I think it's a great plan. These apartments are in a location that already has apartments.
Right, but where are the new buildings? Like, where in that?
There's no site plan at this point, and I think we had this discussion with some of the folks at Lake Ridge, there's no site plan.
Okay, when do you expect to have a site plan?
I don't have the site plan. You keep saying, when do you, I don't design the building, I don't do any of that.
No,
We don't do
I
that.
understand that,
But
but
Mayor,
I don't-
can you give a
Mayor,
time
she's
frame?
concerned, there's gonna be, and I'm concerned, and we're all concerned, there's gonna be 6 buildings there.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to make everybody else understand. You're telling us this is the best thing for us.
No,
because you're
I
telling us
didn't say
doesn't mean
that.
that's
I didn't say it was the best thing for us. The best thing would be if we didn't have to go this affordable housing, but we were given an obligation by the state of New Jersey, by the courts, and we filled what could have amounted to 3,000 or 4,000 units with less, somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 or so new construction. It's an incredible accomplishment, and all of the development that will be produced will be put on 9, right there where you're talking about, and I guess 4 units on Route 70 or something, excuse me, on Route 37. It's not going to change.
Okay, so I just want to ask you one more time. Okay, so we have this plan in place, we have this resolution here, but we don't actually know what's happening and what, so you want us to pass it, but we don't know any of the information?
I know it's passing anything. This is a state accepted plan.
Okay.
It has been passed already several times. Where they go, like the actual building and the design of the building, that comes at a later phase.
Okay, so
you'll have an opportunity when they present construction plans, so the planning board, the zoning board, correct, Mr. Zingaro? How does that work? It's a long process, correct, over 10 years or so, this could happen tomorrow, how does this go?
So, just so if everyone's very clear, the concept plan for the project is in the settlement agreement. It
is?
Yes, it identifies that our planner isn't with us, but it identifies where the buildings are constructed within the Jamestown property. These additional buildings do not extend beyond the Jamestown property. Basically, at this point, this settlement agreement puts into place the zoning for the property and the bulk standards. Now, the developer will have the 10-year period, if they can get their own financing in place to get this project across the, to the planning board in a month, maybe that happens. Let me just finish.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, go ahead.
We went over 5 minutes.
Yeah,
If it's
go ahead.
6 months, if it's a year, if
We
it's
can
7
stop
years,
here.
the
We're way
township
past
will
5
have
minutes.
satisfied.
It was 3 and it did go on.
Okay, I didn't hear, thank you.
The township will have satisfied its obligation for the 10 years. We do not have to ensure that that developer gets it to the planning board, but during that 10-year period, the developer can bring forward that application.
And it could change. It couldn't change?
So what happens is if that developer wants to modify their project, they have to present those proofs to the planning board. And let's say they want to, if they want to make modifications, they have to go before the board and they have to present their proofs. They have to go before the board and put on all the proofs they typically would. This puts into place that zoning.
Okay.
So in the standard way, we have a town sets the zoning, and then the developer says, I want to use that zoning to develop my project. They still go to the planning board.
But if the zoning board already denied it.
Way beyond 5 minutes, right?
So
I understand that you don't like what I'm saying.
No, it's not that,
But-
so we addressed it, and you got back up, you read from your cell phone, and you're repeating the same things again. And this is something that, just to be clear, sorry, I just want to say something, we're way beyond the time.
You're privileged.
It would be 80-20. So people would file builder's remedies, right, if we don't have a plan. And then instead of being 46% affordable, people would build wherever they wanted, all over town, if we didn't have a plan, until those units were filled. We had this discussion. We talked about the initial deadline. Folks didn't believe us. Shortly thereafter, when we blew the deadline, Meridian filed a builder's remedy lawsuit. This is all part of a program, right? And this was addressed.
They already had their project.
These units, if they're not produced, will get produced somewhere, except right now, we have them at like 40-some-odd% affordable to market rate, and then 2 other developments at 100%, and we're done for 10 years. We've been down this road already, we've had this discussion already, we've answered the questions pretty intensely, and we're paying this attorney, what's your hourly rate, sir? That's a lot, right? Oh, it's a lot. I think it's time to let him go home, and we're working on 9 o'clock, answering the same questions again. Frankly, I'm ready to go home.
Well, here's what I would like to say to you. I am a resident of this town. My family's been here for generations. 7, as a matter of fact.
And you live by Kingstown?
So my children attended that school.
Where do you live? You don't live anywhere near
I live in
Kingstown.
North Dover. It doesn't matter
Right,
where
so
I
you don't live
live.
anywhere near there, you were reading from a cell phone issue.
Mayor,
You can't,
Mayor,
don't,
I don't-
it's all right, we can have our back and forth.
Sir, I've been very
We can have our back and
out
forth.
of order. You're out of order with her. Yes, you
And
are.
I
You let her
was
exceed
very
the time,
respectful
please.
to you.
We're almost
No,
done.
but you let her
Be a
exceed,
gentleman.
you let her exceed the time.
That's her
You let her exceed the time with the same question over and over again.
Interrupting.
Hey, sir.
I'm not interrupting her.
Sir.
I'm not interrupting her. I
Mr.
gave her
Mayor.
an attorney to talk to her again.
Mr. Mayor,
You're past your time, Dave.
No.
She's past your time.
Hey, she
So
can
the
stay
order
here
doesn't
all
go
night.
in-
I'll sit here.
Order doesn't
She
go in
has
one
every
direction.
right to speak.
Order doesn't
So
go in one
please.
direction, Dave. Either you're gonna enforce order
Mayor,
on the
I
meeting
get
in general,
you are
enforce
out
order.
of order.
No, she's out of
Please.
order as well, and you won't do it. It's wrong.
Mark down the time.
Mark down the
Mayor
time and
interrupted
date, yeah.
the meeting again at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, mark it down.
Thank you.
Mark it down.
Thank you.
okay, so.
Go ahead. You have
I
one more
would just-
minute to finish up, please.
Yeah, I would just like to say, listen, I've come up here and I feel like I've been nothing but respectful. And for you to accuse me of being on my phone and
You're reading off of a cue card. Am I allowed to say that?
Mayor, cue card,
Let her
I
speak,
am,
and it's over.
listen.
But you're beyond the time, Dave.
Sir,
She's got one more
I'm
minute.
speaking to you, and this is being
I'm
very
not
rude.
answering your question.
I'm not asking you to answer a question. What I'm telling you is to respect me as a resident, and to accuse me of something
respect
I think is out of control.
I do
And it makes you look very foolish.
No, it doesn't. What's foolish is you acting like you live in a neighborhood when you live 10 miles from there, and reading from a cell phone and asking the same
I'm
question twice. What's
1
foolish
mile
is
from
what's
1 mile.
foolish is the imbalance where some folks are allowed to blow the time limit while it's enforced on others.
But you're not even supposed to be speaking in this meeting.
No, you are not an attorney, you have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
can't, it's not good for one
Ma'am,
person
I have no
to
idea what you're
another.
talking about, I am supposed to speak in this meeting. That's
All
why
right.
the
I'm
microphone
going
is here.
to adjourn the meeting if you'll be
Adjourn,
quiet,
yeah,
please.
adjourn.
You know what, I don't want to cause any more ruckus,
All right,
because this
thank
meeting
you.
has gone very well.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. God bless you. Thank you. All right, is there any more comments on why from the public? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion to close public comment.
I'll move.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Yeah,
All in favor?
yeah, on why?
This is now item Y, we need a motion.
I'm motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Motion to approve item Y was made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman,
Yes.
Councilman Aber,
Yes.
Councilman Bradley,
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini,
No.
Council Vice President Iverson,
Yes.
Council President Scosi,
I'll vote last, please.
Councilwoman O'Toole, Councilman Sikosi.
All right, so a lot of times we're dictated by the state to meet these requirements, and I don't think there's anybody in this room that likes that. But we have no choice, and like I said before, this is my ward. I wish it wasn't in Ward 4. And these 6 buildings are definitely going to have an impact in that area and with the school. So I'm voting yes, reluctantly, to get this behind us. So my vote is yes.
Are we gonna go back to the fireworks for 250-day excuse me, I know.
I promised you,
Yes.
but
I just-
can you just keep it in it
Yeah,
for a minute or two?
I'll keep it real short. But you should ask a couple of members of your club who are yelling out and enforce the order fairly across the board. right? So the couple of members from your club meeting, your club that are yelling
I
at.
can't even see that far.
Right, so maybe having them, I know they don't like America on the liberal left.
Mayor,
but-
just stick to the point.
Well, we have a 250th anniversary, and you guys just voted against the date that would do that, and we paid for the concert, we paid for it. We're paying for the concert, we're contracted for that, we're contracted for the fireworks, and we need the permit date so that we can have the 250th anniversary celebration. And I would just like to give, most politicians would just let you do it, what you did, and let the public have at you for it. I'm giving you another opportunity to make right what you did and vote to approve the permit. And I'm not looking for a political score on you, although you're going to look ridiculous if you don't approve it.
You didn't listen to us. We said it was too many fireworks. We weren't against the
We didn't add any
fireworks.
dates. It's a switch of the date.
Okay.
It's the 250th anniversary, Dave.
And the bands.
Dave, it's the 250th anniversary. We paid, we need the permit. Please put it back on. I could take the political victory lap here and show the public how ridiculous you are. I'm giving you another opportunity to change your vote and give it another shot.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to change that, if we can amend it, to the 250 fireworks celebration? That's the one we're for. We're not July 4th.
This is the date. No. There's a,
Whatever
Okay,
they
we gotta pull the
Tom's River
permit.
already has fireworks in Beechwood that Tom's
Okay.
River traditionally has celebrated the 4th of July with.
Okay, we're going all over
You
the
added all
map.
these others,
We're going all over the map here.
all over your
It's an
map.
opportunity for you to
No, it's an
revote. If
opportunity
you don't want to
Meeting
revote,
points.
you don't want to revote.
Gentlemen, please.
We'll revote for the one firework display. for
Okay,
the
so that's
250th.
what the resolution is for, is for a
It's
permit.
for one firework
No,
display.
it's a resolution for, what's the date change?
2 days.
2 days.
From July
30th.
28th to June 30th. Like I said, consider it gracious. The public is gonna think that you're absolutely ridiculous. It's your call what you do, but I would put it back on if I were you. You would need a motion for the item, and then you would need a second and a vote. Is there a council person here that's willing to make a motion?
I don't hear anything.
None, move along. Move along.
Okay, so you got a motion from Mr. Aber.
Wait, who's running the meeting now?
Exactly.
You said you would give me an opportunity.
You did, you spoke, now shut up.
But you got, yeah, and again, you're selectively enforcing, you got this guy Williams yelling out.
If you can do it, I can do it.
I'm in charge.
Yeah, no, go ahead, yeah, I'm just telling you what you would need.
Okay, is there a second?
To move the firework date so that we can have the 250th anniversary.
Specifically, it's so we're all clear, specifically it is it's a motion to revote on item, what item is this?
E,
E. That is the
for 2
motion.
And
dates.
it's one date, it's not the.
It's only one day, it's a movement of the date.
One meeting.
You have to amend the resolution first.
No, it's a movement from one date to
The
another.
other dates are already done.
It's a movement of dates for a permit.
It's June and August.
Otherwise, talk about wasting taxpayer dollars, it's just flushing money
Not
down
a
the
waste.
toilet.
It's already been allocated.
The business administrator set up the date. He set the date.
Council President?
Council President, we have a motion to revote on Resolution E, which is the fireworks resolution, and that motion was made by Councilman Aber. Seconded by Councilman Coleman. Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Coleman? Councilman Bradley?
Come on, Clinton, this is an important moment in our history.
Mayor,
You're a
Stop
legend.
begging.
Mayor,
Don't talk about my military service like you care. You didn't go to Iraq and almost get blown off the earth, so don't talk about my military service in that manner.
all right, we're just
I
waiting
was
for
just-
your vote.
I was just honoring your service. I
Yeah.
didn't know you went to Iraq.
No.
Did you go to Iraq? No.
Yes, I went to Iraq and
All right,
my
thank you.
vote is no.
Thank you for your service.
Now, Councilman Bianchini?
No.
Councilman Iverson?
I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President Sakozy?
I have a question for the attorney. If I abstain,
It's going to pass it.
Pass on the next
Does Lynn still have to vote?
yes,
You want to call
I'm
in?
going to ask Lynn to vote first.
yes, please.
Councilwoman O'Toole, your vote to revote on item 8. So Councilman Sakozy.
So we have four affirmatives, although Mr. Sakozy, I think that you're a man of action, not inaction.
What's that?
Mean I've heard you not to
The
abstain.
reasons why, I'll state again, the township's not in, we have no problem for the July 4th fireworks or the 250th anniversary of the United States, the Declaration of Independence. That's all good, but we're not for having bands and continual fireworks in that area. So I'm going to abstain. I'm changing my vote to abstain.
Okay. Moving on to the reports. We need a motion and a second.
A motion.
Second.
Motion to approve the reports is made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sakozy?
Our golf course is killing it. It's doing really good. So I thank the men and women at the golf course there, and the weather's been good.
And $2 more on out-of-towners.
Pardon?
We did $2 more for out-of-towners this year, so that's part of it. You know, it's still, even for an out-of-towner, it's still, man, the cheapest round of golf you're gonna find, you have to drive like 40 miles to go.
Okay, thank you. And then on the other hand, our building permits really went up in May, so interpret that the way you want. It's a good thing for the town or a bad thing. And year to date, we finally surpassed 2025. So I'm voting yes on the reports.
Councilwoman O'Toole? Moving on to the bills. This is the bills list dated May 22nd and June 5th.
Need a motion, please, on the bill?
I motion.
Okay, do you have to abstain from anyone?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I have to abstain from PO number 26-02699 and PO number 26-02562. But I vote yes for all the others.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilman Aber with those 2 abstentions that we recorded. We need a second.
Second.
Second was made by Councilman Coleman. I'm not going to make Councilman Aber repeat himself. Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
I have to abstain from PO number 26-01458, but yes to the balance.
You gotta say who it's to.
To the Toms River Fire District 2.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interject. I just gotta keep everything legal.
Thank you.
Councilman Bianchini?
I vote yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sakozy?
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole?
Council President, could we end with an executive session?
Okay, but I have,
That's
you
a
mean
public comment.
Is that
after?
allowed or no? Or did we not advertise it?
No.
Do you want to talk?
You have
We can't. Okay, no, we'll do another meeting.
to. Okay.
Or do you want to meet in a small?
All right, but I have a little business here, and back on April 8th, we didn't put it on the agenda, but we had to, the mayor thought it would be a good idea that council would attend schooling or counseling for the Faulkner Act and how the mayorship and council, our form of government works. And it's been 2 months, we had 60 days to complete this course. Otherwise, our pay would have been docked. And so I kept asking, you know, when we were going to have these classes and where and who was going to do it. And wait, let me finish. So it just kept going on and on. So we took it upon ourselves, the 4 of us, and we completed the course.
Dave?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, just to clarify, you have ignored every email that they sent you?
No, I have not.
Hang on.
I have not.
Hang on, Dave.
Okay. So
Hang on, Dave. And your course is not the course, right? Unless it's given by municipal.
Okay.
A municipal attorney. So did you, Mr. Penny, didn't you, as per my directive, ask them again for the?
All right,
I don't even know how many times in an email, was it yesterday or today?
We did an April and May email to the council.
I'm in this building 3-4 times a week.
You didn't
Everybody
respond.
sees
Actually,
me.
Clinton Bradley was the only person who responded. It was Clinton Bradley.
And Harry. Clinton and Harry.
Clinton and Harry were the only folks who responded for the class.
All right, so we completed the course at
What-
Kane College, okay, with 2 professors over 30 years each, doctorates in the courses, and we passed.
Which courses? What was the course number? And we're going to need an official. Are you saying that you're not going to attend the course that the township is planning for you?
No, it's already done. No,
Listen, I'm just telling you.
Mayor, just let me finish.
You guys break the law all the time. You break the law all the time.
So, I need a resolution to extend the
You don't need it
deadline.
to extend it.
Just let me finish. Because Councilwoman O'Toole, Councilman Aber, and Councilman Coleman are past the deadline. So I'm asking for another 30
you're not past the
days.
deadline. Hang on.
No, we have
stop.
it right here.
No, you're wrong, as usual.
No.
As usual, you don't, and as usual, you won't control the people who yell over me. You do it, here we go again. Here we go again. You won't control the meeting, but you'll hold everyone on my team to a certain standard, but you don't hold them your own. There were sent to you dates to take a course.
No, because
you did not take the course yet. You will not make the determination.
Completed it.
You did not. You didn't give us a transcript of what courses met the requirements in the resolution. And you did not. And you did not respond to the attorney. You did not respond to the dates.
I would like to have a resolution made to give the 3 other council people an extra.
They don't need it because the course hasn't been given yet.
The expiration
They
date.
need it.
It says 60
We didn't give you
days.
the course.
It says
You
60
didn't
days.
accept the dates. So we didn't start the
April
course.
8th.
We didn't start the course because unlike you guys, I didn't do that to you. So you have to accept the dates for the course or you'll be in violation of the ordinance. Pick a date. You've been offered them now for 2 months. You haven't
completed the course already.
You did not complete the course and you did not respond to the email. What course did you?
We didn't complete it.
What is that?
It's from Kane College.
What
They
course?
teach it.
We went to the Faulkner training course.
Who said it was just Faulkner? There's a whole list of things that you have to complete.
And
You passed the resolution. You have to- Are you going to control the criminals screaming out there again or no?
Here we go.
No, right? All right, so anyway, you can try what you're going to try, but the law is the law. And if you're not going to complete the course, you'll be in violation of it. So it's your fault.
was the last day.
You got to go sit down and read the resolution, Dave.
Yeah, no, I had the resolution.
You're trying to back out of completing a course
No, I'm
that
not.
you yourself passed.
No.
And now you're saying, well, I went to something on the Faulkner Act. That's not what's listed. There's lots of things listed in that resolution. And you should go back and read the resolution, stop playing
All right,
games,
we're going to
and
move
take
on
the
to
class.
public comments.
Okay.
Good, Mayor.
You need to vote to go to public comment.
There goes the worst thing that ever happened to Tom's River.
I know that's your stick, Tom. I know that's your stick. But I wasn't the guy voting against.
That's your mantra. That's you. The worst thing that ever happened to Tom's River.
So anyway,
That mic better stay on.
here goes all the crazy liberals yelling, lining up. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them.
Please, no comments.
There goes a coward right there. Goodbye, coward. Wait, no. The worst thing that ever happened to Tom's River. Please say goodbye to the worst thing that ever happened to Tom's River.
Silence, please. If anyone talks out of order, they'll be escorted out. Thank you. Go ahead, begin.
Do I forget I'm Deb.
Yes, we know who you are.
So I have some questions. I know it's not, we're not supposed to comment on the expenses. But can you tell me why we paid all this money in refunds to Zip and Tannenbaum? It's like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
What page, on the bill list?
On the bill list?
What
Why
page are you on?
I'm on page,
It's up on the top hand right side.
no, I guess it's page number 2. Why did we pay refunds to Zip and Tannenbaum, $48,000, $36,000, $111,000, $117,000? Why did we pay Prestige Auto Spa for the clerk's vehicle car wash, $14.99? Why did we pay a pizzeria for senior nutrition advice? I worked in an industry where we had master's prepared dietitians provide senior nutrition advice. So I'm just curious why we're paying for these things. You know, is it the clerks? Is it somebody else's? I don't understand why we're paying this money for things. Naples Pizza, $47. I'm pretty sure it would cost a lot more money if you went to a registered dietitian. I want to make sure our seniors are getting the right nutritional information. Also, you know, you sit here every 2 weeks and listen to the mayor, and I don't understand why he has to personally attack people. People who have integrity do not personally attack people. Whether Paul was in jail or not, who cares? Whether, you know, Clinton, you know, has a job or doesn't have a job, I'm not sure how that is germane to the topic that we're discussing. And so to take personal attacks, it's too bad he left. And Drew here is chewing his gum like the highly
All right, just keep your comments towards me.
classy person that he is. This is disgusting. It's an embarrassment. The mayor is an embarrassment to this town, and you can put me on record
we were
for it.
this close of
I know.
finishing the meeting.
Thank you.
This close.
I didn't get, so could somebody tell me why we paid Zip and Tannenbaum all that money? Do you know?
She left, unfortunately, the CFO left.
So I'd like to know why. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And why are we paying a pizzeria for
He
nutrition?
definitely requires her to leave, just so she can't answer
Yeah.
questions without him guiding her.
He's very transparent.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Drew could answer that one. Drew, you got any idea why we refunded all that money?
Let's just get through this meeting.
He doesn't think taxpayers are worthy to receive that information.
Don't worry, elections coming soon.
Yes, state your name for the record, please.
Carlos Anosar Winningham. Guys, I took a little vacation, and it's incredible how trashy Florida, Virginia, even in South Carolina, people know about the bullcrap that is going in here. Jersey people. Now, Once again, Harry, I asked you last time what was going on with the video and to maintain on top of it. I hope you did your job and maintain on it. Once again, Dave, you're not controlling your meeting. You know why? Because you're not controlling him. And if you keep doing that, we have the right to speak over. And you cannot tell me to hold on. Now, I kept telling you guys.
Okay.
Wait.
No. You directed the question to me and me personally, so you'll have all the time that you want. So tell me, and we went over this with these professors, 30 years of experience, doctor's degrees that work for every township around, lawyers, they were lawyers with over 30 years of experience, and they said, there's no way in hell are you going to control this man. Zero chance. Zero.
I know.
So if you keep telling me at every meeting that I got to control him, tell me how am I going to control him?
It's very simple. The same way you can control me, Dave.
Well,
Wait. And you know how?
You're normal and you're respectful like everybody else.
So guess what, Dave?
And everybody else up here.
Look,
he's not.
You got one gentleman right there, and you got.
They're not going to do it.
They got to do their job.
No, they won't.
Wait, Dave. I guarantee, if you told these guys that he got to take him out, they got to take him out by law.
No, they don't.
You're incorrect, Carlos. You're incorrect.
You're kicking him out of here.
Okay.
Because
what else?
Ready? Disrespecting everyone in here. That should be one of the biggest lawsuits against this town. In reality. The same way you guys served today, everyone in here should sign a petition and sue the whole town by defamation, by disrespecting, name calling, because every time I come in here, I feel more lower and lower.
So what I did learn was I put on 2 times that he was interrupting the meetings, and it's going to go forward and every time.
Now,
the only thing that I learned from this school and these professors and everything, that the council, as council president, I only have one way to stop this madness. Only one way. One. That's it. Is to every time that he interrupts, goes off in a tangent, I have to adjourn the meeting and burn basically the town down. Nothing gets passes, and he's going to blame it all on me or us.
So,
but that's my only choice, is to close the meeting every time.
You guys better start hanging out of the prosecutor's office.
They don't. He's suing the prosecutor.
I know. So now is the perfect time.
They're not going to do anything. They're going to do zero. So enough with this kumbaya stuff. All right, it's 2.5 years now, Carlos.
I know.
We're on opposite sides. We're so far apart, even on fireworks. It's only going to change next June in the primary. All right, that's when it's going to change. Otherwise, it's never going to change. I tried to have a civil meeting tonight, but he can't help himself. He really can't help himself. And I try every meeting, and I'm not going to get down to his level. All right? I'm sorry. The only
Very well, you know, once again, I'm taking your class. Congratulations. At least you took the initiative. If you really want to show off, you would have scheduled their appointment ahead, and they would have took their classes and then say, you know what, you guys didn't do it the way we wanted. But at least you guys took an initiative.
No, we went through an independent that had no skin in the game, and never mind. Yes, sir.
Somewhere.
State your first name and last name for the record, please.
Ed Whitman, 2562 Little Pine Court. I came here tonight for the 5th time attending these meetings, and for the first 3/4 of this meeting, I was pleasantly just surprised, because for the first 4 meetings I attended, I felt like I wanted to go home and take a shower. The behavior of the mayor, and I will also say some of the members of the audience and some of the members of the council, was despicable and embarrassing, shameful. We have elected public officials here behaving like they're some sort of a cat fight. It's disgusting. It's unworthy of us all. This isn't democracy. This is demagoguery. It's disgusting. Surely we demand better. Tonight, for 3/4 of the meeting, everything was proceeding. And yet, it inevitably degenerated into this sort of, I don't know what to call it. There's a cliche about politics that it's like making sausage. This is making sausage without even getting the product. We have to demand better. If this man gets reelected,
You won't.
He's got a 68 approval. 68
He-
approval rating.
look, the budget, he's kept the taxes low. Flat taxes, I wouldn't bet against it.
But so you know.
But I just want to commend the members of the committee, the council, for 3/4 of the time, you kept your heads. Unfortunately, under the provocation of the mayor, it degenerated as it did for the first 4 meetings we attended here. This is pitiful. And I just hope that somehow we can recover some measure of dignity for the government of this town. Because so far, folks, this has been, as I said, I want to go home and take a shower.
All right.
Thank you for your attention.
Sir, part of the, I'm going to address, you spoke eloquently, thank you, and God bless you for coming and sitting through this, and I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed what goes on here, I truly am, but behind the scenes, I try so hard to, I look at these pictures of the previous mayors here. I know the council presidents and council people that sat here for decades and how it was run. The mayor, he acted the same way when he was council person. He acted the same way. He has 3 enablers up here. They could change this and stand up and just have a decent meeting. And unfortunately, what we learned is he's in control. The mayor is in control, not us. Okay? But we never had this problem before with any other mayor in the history of Toms River. It was always civil and respectful and polite. And this is craziness. It's horrible. And right now, the people at home can't see us talking now because the feed is shut off. So, but except for the gentleman over here. But thank you. Yes, next, please.
Thank you, Ed. Joanne Greenberg, 2931 Crestview. I also apologize because I do lose control when I see him going off, and I'm working at not doing it, so I can appreciate that. But even myself, I could sit there and learn patience and tolerance, but I guess I'll have to pray harder. So anyway, the reason I'm here is because as I was reading about the Open Meeting Act, it says that the agenda needs to be given to the clerk on the Friday before by 12 noon. It said that you guys have to approve the agenda before it comes to the meeting, and that it has to be posted 48 hours before. And that doesn't seem to be happening.
I try my best, and for the most part, it does get out on Friday, but we had that, the mayor wanted a special meeting last week, and I agreed to have that special meeting on Thursday, and then he canceled it. I didn't want to cancel it because it was advertised and everything, but he went ahead and canceled it anyway.
Okay, but I know you show up for agenda meetings when nobody else does.
Yes.
So I know you do try, and it's not, against you. It's just the fact that that's protocol, it's in the Open Meetings Act, it's in the Sunshine Laws, and if it doesn't get followed as a civilian, I have the ability to file a lawsuit against it, and I have the ability to file a complaint to the Office of the Prosecutor, which might do well since he's suing the Office of the Prosecutor. I just want to, and it's nothing against you guys, but if things aren't going according to protocol and there's something that I can do to try to help that, I'm going to do it, that's all.
Please do.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. And don't approve the budget if you don't agree with it. And there are things that...
They'll blow up the town if we don't.
Well...
Maybe it would be a good thing if the state came in.
Yeah. And if the budget needs to be reduced by any item, you guys are allowed to do that, right? Did you know that? She's not
Yes,
answering.
thank you.
I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Blunt.
Dennis Galante, about Jericho Court. Thank God that clock doesn't work. Yeah, it's been for a while. As far as tell the mayor that nobody's texting me anything, I put my notes on the phone, it's easier to turn paper. But then because the video feed's not on, I guess maybe he can view it on Paul Williams' video that we all get to see. That's a good thing. Thank you, Paul. I didn't give any answers to my questions about the budget, so I don't know who was really here to be able to answer those questions. Okay. And the special council meeting that you ordered and got postponed.
I didn't order it. The mayor wanted it.
He wanted it and then he canceled it. What was the purpose of that meeting?
To budget amendment. Go ahead, let the attorney answer.
It was to to do the budget amendment and then also to finish what we didn't finish in the regular meeting.
Yeah, is this the same budget amendment that I'm still waiting? I called the clerk's office 2 meetings ago prior to that.
You mean with the grants? Yeah, that
okay,
one.
that's the one that all the chaos erupted.
Yes.
I tried to get the copy of it and I didn't get it. I'm still waiting 2 weeks later. Is this the same amendment that came back up again for tonight?
Tonight, yes.
Will I be able to this time around get the full text of that?
Yes, and there's going to be a second reading on July 8th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everybody, 1 second. The adjournment, I disagree that to try to control the mayor is to adjourn the meeting, because when you did that, now the bills didn't get paid. What happened to the consent agenda items? Were they this consent agenda?
Yes.
Were they
Yes.
were all the same identical left
Yes.
over?
There were some added ones, but yes.
Now, when you didn't do that, I don't blame you, and I understand the way to control, but in the same token, I'm going to put the blame, my opinion, on you, sir. Or isn't it your job to advise this council what they're supposed to do, what they're not supposed to do? Now, I don't know, is there any violation of the law or procedure, open public meetings, anything in there? The fact that you didn't advise them and say, hey, don't adjourn the meeting?
I advised them on a lot of things and they ignored me on a lot of things to their own detriment.
I'm sorry, sir, I see you there laughing, smiling.
Like saying
I'd
a lot.
rather have Mr. Pastorella back here than you.
Oh, well, that's great. I'm glad.
Anyway, I wish there's something you can do about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
You didn't just laugh at me, did you?
Yeah, he did.
Behind my back? Yeah, that's the kind of... Oh, you are an asshole. You're an asshole. You are an asshole.
All right, language.
I never called your name. I never called your name.
I didn't have to
Don't
get behind your
respond.
back either. Did I?
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Counselor, don't respond. Okay, I know. Okay. Take it, thank you. Yes, Julie.
Julie Adamack. I just want to bring to everybody's attention that the website for the township seems to be wiped of a lot of information. For example, the animal licensing information, it's state required that people get their dogs licensed in New Jersey and also in the township. Try to find it on the website. It's missing in action. So I think somebody in town hall or the IT person, whoever removed the information from the site, this needs to be looked into and it needs to be restored, because any resident that wants to know what the licensing requirements are cannot find the information easily. So that's one thing that I want to bring to everybody's attention. I also want to talk about the absence of adequate code enforcement in town. In my neighborhood alone, there must be at least 6 homes that have had weeds and grass that's as high as 15 to 20 inches high. There was a break-in 2 days in a row relating to one of the homes that was unoccupied. And so this is not just a matter of aesthetics, this is also increasing crime rates across town. And ultimately, it increases everybody's insurance premiums, because if people have to file homeowners claims, then ultimately every resident pays that when they see their premiums. Just like in Florida, when they have a hurricane or a tornado, ultimately affects all of the residents in Florida. So it may people might think it's just benign, it's, oh, I'm not going to report my neighbor, I'm not going to report somebody down the street. No, there's a lot more to it, and it's adding to the crime problem. The other thing is this police issue with the lack of police and the number of motor vehicle accidents. The other day we had a head-on collision on my street with somebody driving the wrong direction on the road, and that was at 5:44 in the afternoon. 1 or 2 weeks before that, I saw a young driver in his 20s pull out of the Howard Johnson's restaurant lot, and he was driving the wrong direction on my street, and he was driving for about a block or 2 on the wrong side of the street until there were approaching cars coming at him, and then suddenly he moved over into the correct lane. So Route 37, I was on Route 37 today. I got stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic because there was an accident near Lakehurst Road. The other day I was walking in the evening. There was an accident on Route 37 at Hooper Avenue with a motorcycle down, and the police and paramedics. There was also an accident with EMS on Route 37 and Coolidge Avenue. There have been so many accidents on Route 37. There is no patrolling, there's no traffic enforcement going on, and this is at a crisis level. And this town, the mayor has gutted the police department, he's gutted code enforcement, and the residents of Toms River are paying the price for this total incompetence and lack of management at the helm. So somebody has to do something about this stuff. And as far as the things with the fireworks and the tribute bands, just ridiculous. There are so many bands, so many tribute bands all over the county, all over the town, fireworks 1 and 2 times a week. It's just a waste of our taxpayer dollars. If these people that want to attend these tribute bands want to go to them, and it's a small number of people, let them pay $3 so that they can attend it. Why should 99,000 people pay for some band or tribute band or fireworks that they're not going to see? It's just a waste of money. We need to reallocate the money where it needs to be spent, and that's in code enforcement and the police department to keep us safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pat Laszlo, Orkney Beach. One of the things I want to know, the fleet of cars we have, do we have any sedans? Or are all they SUVs?
I think there's still some, but maybe the old
Well, I know there's plenty of people that are working that would love to have their gas paid for. Why are we allowing the mayor to take a gas guzzler up to Irvington? Can't we turn around and make him take a sedan and more, economical car? The other thing too is the police camp. He's talking about all these concerts and the fireworks. A lot of the people that come are not from our town. They're from other towns. We had a police camp that kids love to go to, and they took it away from the kids.
That's an excellent point, and I forgot to bring that up when he was going over everything.
Last year, they used to have concerts by the library, and a lot of the senior citizens like that. They took that away.
Yep. That was a tradition here. That was beautiful.
Years ago, we had Neighborhood Watch, first Thursday of the month.
Yeah.
Then he came to an OBBTA meeting one time and said, I questioned why it was canceled. It's an election year and politics. And I'm like, they don't talk politics. Well, after the election, that was like 2 years ago, two and a half years ago. We don't find out anything. There's no transparency. We don't see anything in the paper. There's nothing there. The other thing, I've been coming here for 16 years. And I'm getting tired of being called the Mohill Gang. I read in the paper the other day that he's got a 68% approval rating. Where's his people?
That was funny because I thought that was
Over here.
That was pretty low, right? I mean, it was his poll, and I was like thinking through history. Boy, that was higher than FDR during World War II. That was higher than JFK during the missile Cuban crisis. That was higher than Mayor Giuliani during 9/11. And I could go on and on. I think that they didn't even have 50%. But it's ridiculous.
And all these people that keep voting for whatever Dan wants, stop and look. You're not voting what Dan wants, you should be voting what your constituents want.
They're
and that's not
enablers.
happening.
They're enablers. Don't just, I hate to say it, but they're 100% on board.
I really did.
They're 100% on board with this administration, and they love it. Everything from the animal shelter to the police department, the cars, the decimation of our workers in town hall, everything. The list is, downtown, eminent domain on the church. They love it. They get off on that.
I really don't think they love it.
Yeah.
They know they're voting wrong. These two men know they're voting wrong.
Yeah.
They really do.
And then
I don't think so.
My last thing is, I don't know if you're aware of it, I read it in the paper and I had heard about it. In Route 35 in Lavallette, they're going to be changed. The state wants to change the direction that each state highway gets. One lane going north, one lane going south, and then you've got to back into a parking space. And it's going to affect Ortley too, and they're saying something about the bridge, the configuration. I know there's a meeting next month in Lavallette with the state, because the state wants to do this. So that's something you want to maybe look into, because if they change those roads into, two-way highways, it's going to be a disaster. There's going to be too many accidents.
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out so that we stay on top of it, because it's going to come through Ortley.
Well, I will tell you this, if it's a state road, if they mandate that, we can yell, scream, and kick all we want. It's going to go through it, the state, because they do traffic studies. Not that I'm not for it, I understand exactly, but it's tough. I mean, that's the first that I'm hearing about
It was
that.
in the paper, was it Patch? One of the papers the other day had it. I'll try to find it and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it.
Because what they're going to do is they want to change the speed limit to 25 year-round. And then if you're driving, they want it to be back-in parking. So you're going to have to go past the spot and then back in. Do you know what that's going to be? Because they're right up your butt down when you're driving.
The reason for that is that because what happens when people back out, they can't see the traffic coming or pedestrians behind them. That's a new thing that a lot of places are going to. It is bad because you got to actually pull up and back into it. So when you pull out, you're actually in the direction of traffic. But yeah.
But you may want to check into that, see what's going on with that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Good evening.
Hi, Andre Mangini, Harold.
Lake Placid Drive. I live in the Georgetown development and I need help getting an answer about something. Our road, I live right off of Yellow Bank, off of Indian Hill. Georgetown is the neighborhood there with thousands of houses, and Yellow Bank is the thoroughfare in, the main road in, okay? And there's thousands of people that use that road day in and day out. Okay, so the water company or somebody replaced fire hydrants earlier this year.
And water mains.
Say it again, water mains, okay. The road's been patched horribly since the fall, okay? And I'm really trying to get an answer. I called the town to say, when are these roads gonna be paved? We've been patient, they've been patched for months, and it's horrible. I invite everybody to drive over the road.
I think they're waiting for settlement, but I think the attorney wants to answer this question.
Can I just say one thing though? Let me finish what happened. So the township told me it was the water company's responsibility to do the paving. I have an email here from the water company because I do my homework too. I reached out to the water company, just give me an idea when this can get resolved. And then they told me that it was the township's responsibility. So this is what we need help clarifying. Because I was at a council meeting and I thought somebody said, I was actually hoping the mayor would be here for this question, because I remember hearing if a utility company digs up our roads and patches them, they have to then pave them.
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
So there, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Thursday of last week, Drew, the mayor, myself, and John Mealy, the engineer, had a very serious talk in this building with the old representatives regarding this. They're pushing back. Ultimately, I think they conceded that they're on weak ground. They're a big company, right? They don't want to spend money they don't have to pay. I don't want to say too much, but suffice to say, last Thursday we had an in-person meeting with the old representatives in this building that was fairly contentious, and I think we got them on the right track.
I will say this, that recently, and it might have been at the result of that meeting or just before it, there was some extra paving put down. I mean, I'm saying the wrong word. It wasn't paving, but
they patched
more.
up certain real bad areas.
They went back, they patched up a little bit, yes. So, but that's still not good enough.
See, one thing that, and I didn't see the contract, but you have to be careful for, sometimes the town will say to the water companies, all the utility companies, we're going to be paving these roads next year. So if you have to upgrade your systems, you can do it now. And this way here, you bring it up to the base, it'll settle. And when we do the road, you won't be tearing up a new road. You try to work it out. Now, I don't know if that's the case. A lot of places, they'll turn around and say, look, you ripped it up, you're repaving it. That was a big project. I mean, they didn't just put hydrants in. They put new water mains in, they put hydrants in, they put services in. So they did the whole, from Indian Hill Road all the way down to the end.
And it's atrocious driving over it every day.
I go through that way to Lowe's and I have to.
I know, everybody cuts through, but we live there and I have to actually go on that road to get to my house. And it's really bad. So that was one issue that I wanted to help resolve, and so I'm glad you're on it, because I do want to see it happen. And the second thing is, like one of the women mentioned about the website, okay? The website needs to be more user-friendly. I don't know whose job it is either here, but I can tell you this, that I went on looking to write an email to the Director of Recreation about something unrelated, okay? And it took me an inordinate amount of time to find the Recreation Director's correct name. I sent an email to the wrong person. The listings, when I had a job, I'm thankfully retired, but I had my name, my phone number, and my email were listed. I believe that the citizens of Toms River should be able to have access to the departments and know who's the department head, what job each person does. They put an email out there, but I have no idea who I'm emailing. It says like recreation, here's the email.
If there's any consolation, even when I get a complaint from a homeowner and I try to pass it on, I can't put it to a department head. Everything we're told has to go to the administration and then they deal with it. So you know, sometimes they get it back in a couple days, sometimes that's just the way that they.
Well, who manages that?
The administrator, Drew Chabot, everything, I tell him to put it to Drew Chabot, so at least he can tell you which direction's gotta go.
Under this form of government, the
I know you're not
mayor's...
in charge of the emails, I know that.
Right, so we can't even speak to a department head unless we go through the administrator or the mayor first. Where in the past, you could, hey, there's a problem here, but it's a whole different ballgame here now.
So who would I talk to then to ask to have it more transparent, where department heads were listed with their emails?
Business administrator.
Oh, business administrator. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The recreation director quit, just saying. They don't have one.
I know, my thing came back and I...
Drew Chabot was the recreation.
No, he was never the recreation director. He was the chief of staff. First he was the assistant to Laura Papiro in Health and Human Services. And then he was the chief. Oh, I'm Janet Lime, 37 Cedar Drive. Just anecdotally, some people take their ball and go home. Mr. Roderick takes his IT guy and goes home. I came to try to reassure the council members. I know that there was discussion earlier as I was watching from home regarding funds being distributed for fireworks or bands, and that your vote could have wasted township money. Typically, when you book a vendor, there's a service contract that's put in place, and yes, approved by the mayor. And perhaps they might have to leave a deposit, but I can't imagine that they would pay a vendor in full before services are rendered. And it might actually be against, local finance law. So if perhaps they left a deposit that would then be voided for anything as a result of the actions today at the council, them implying that they would lose all of the money for that vendor, I think is probably incorrect. The other option being, if for some reason the township attorney is writing contracts that allow vendors to be paid without rendering services, I guess they would still have to be paid, but then I would question the execution of a contract that had that kind of verbiage. So maybe they might be out some deposits.
Just one thing that I wanted to add to that, I worked in government and I bought millions of dollars worth of it. We couldn't give out one penny of taxpayers' money without the service rendered. It doesn't matter what it is. If you can't have a contract, that PO that you have is a contract.
Yes.
So you can do that, literally do that on that, and then we have to pay it. Once that we up here agree upon it, you can't just turn around and give someone a contract without us approving it, or especially a deposit. What happens if you give somebody a deposit, go bankrupt, or they leave, or they take off? You're out of taxpayers' money? That doesn't work like that.
So, and I just want to point out that any funds that wouldn't be expended would then just roll over into surplus.
Yeah.
And then he could brag about it next year, but that surplus is higher, but I guess maybe you're handing them a win that way, not sure. So I just wanted to address that so that you and maybe the public didn't think that you were costing the township all this money because these vendors were going to be paid without actually delivering the service that they were asked to do. So.
Thank you for taking the time, leaving home and coming here. Thank you.
Great segue. My name is Ronnie Qualcarini from 1236 Raider Way. I also came here right now because the live feed got cut. This is my second time here, and I wanted to make it known again that the live feed is cut. And I had a couple of thoughts on the drive here. I wanted to kind of disperse this out to everybody. We're talking about America 250. We're talking about being American. We're talking about all this great stuff, but we can't do the simple things right. And suppressing media, suppressing what people are saying over the live stream is very un-American. So I think it's very hypocritical that everyone's on that dais right now talking about being American, where we can't even get the public portion of this this meeting to be shown. And correct me if I'm wrong, public comment is a part of the meeting. So we can listen to everybody talk on the stand here, but we can't listen to the residents' concerns on this. And I wanted to make it sure that you know that you can make resolutions to keep the live stream going as the council. Like, you make resolutions every single month.
We have that.
We've done that.
Okay, so how come you're not enforcing it?
Okay, so there's a couple things. Somebody from the audience in this town has done a lawsuit and brought it to court, and the first round, maybe the attorney, just for this specific thing, to have the live feed on all the time, can't be cut off. And they're going back in July, correct?
July 2nd. It's July 2nd, the tentative date.
Tentative there. So our township attorney is going to defend the mayor, saying that the mayor has every right to cut the live feed.
On what grounds? Can you describe? Can you go into like what your defense is for doing that?
Because that's the mayor's right under this form of government.
I mean, I'm not gonna litigate it here, but suffice to say, we had a preliminary hearing earlier in the week, or was it last week?
Last week.
It was last week, and the judge ruled in, I guess, the defendant's favor, I'll say. So
that you cut off the portion, and what was the reasoning behind it? That
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable discussing an active case.
All right. And
it was just a preliminary. It was just last week was just a preliminary release.
And their basis is not to discuss
Again,
the case.
I would.
Okay. But there's other things from A to Z.
We're working on it.
It costs too much, and we took the courses with all, with who's who, and all these lawyers and everything, and the mayor has the right to cut the fee. But we could change that with the other council people, the ones that's not here, they phone call in, whatever, but they have a 68% approval rating. And we have these other two gentlemen here that could do the right thing and say, hey, we think it's a good thing, even if it's good and bad, that the people at home that can't make the meeting see it on there. Or if there's another thing, they have Zoom meetings, so nobody can attend, and you would have to find out and figure out how to watch it on your computer.
Or we could possibly move the venue to another location where that doesn't happen. I mean, there's options that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, but we have it here. It's being recorded, so moving it to another location will never work. The same blow-ups will happen 100%, and will make.
So I just want to confirm that it wasn't technical difficulties the last couple times. So we can rule that out. So that was just a lie that basically you guys said to us about that.
The technical difficulties were our mics were being cut, and I wanted to get the IT guy up here to directly ask him that question, but he had already been summoned by the mayor to leave the building.
Okay, so maybe next meeting we can have him come in, because you have engineers come in here, you have other department heads coming in here, CFOs. Maybe you can summon in him and you can have him question
In the
this.
past, they used to have posted numbers here. The numbers are numbered, and with our names on it, and they would turn the mics off as we spoke. The mayor's mic is much louder than ours. I mean, it's really ugly in here. It really is. It's evil.
We're with you.
It's evil.
Thanks for coming, man. Thank you.
And we're trying. We're doing our best. All right. Yes, sir.
Mike Messina, 3478 Perry Avenue. My questions are in regard to the affordable housing dilemma that we're in. I'm going to say it was at least 4 meetings ago, where we were told if this is not approved tonight, builder's remedy will happen, and 8,000 units will be suddenly thrust upon Tom's River. And it was even said that, Lakeridge is causing an issue, and the mayor directed that to us. So my question is, one, we were told that no extensions are ever given for this process.
So far.
How many extensions have we had?
4, yes.
A couple, but there's also been builders remedy,
Not
suits already filed.
2 extensions at least, and now we have an extension to July 10.
Right, which is 2 days
Is that,
after
is
the
that
next
the
meeting.
3rd extension?
I don't remember the exact number, but yes.
The point being, listen, anybody can have a misunderstanding, a misinterpretation, but to have it said in no uncertain terms, no extensions are granted.
I don't think anyone ever said that.
Yes, you got it.
Singali was right there and said it is highly improbable, with the exact words, you can look it up, that extensions are ever given, and I think we've had 3. Okay, but you know what? Leave that alone. But when we say things that are not true, then we need to represent that as it was misinformation, not by omission, it was a mistake, and mistakes can be made. So my question right now is, where are we now with this next extension, and do we actually have a plan that'll get us out of this? Because I don't think, I'm just going to say, if I was the judge, after the 3rd extension, I'm pretty much going to say you're done.
We're pretty close to wearing the judge's patience.
Yeah, but I can tell you, this-
We've even had the judge's mediator come in and speak to the council directly.
So you feel comfortable that we're going to get out of this? 3 extensions?
I'm in a tough spot.
I know you are. I know you are.
Navigating different political interests.
But we've been given, it's agreed that we would give an extra time.
You and I agree that we're playing with fire.
Sorry, what?
You and I think, agree that we're playing with fire.
Yeah, so when is it going to end? Because we're all going to get burnt.
Correct.
And they're going to
And
put
it's,
the blame on us.
it's
They're gonna-
our job, your
Look,
job.
there's two choices. You can, look, there's already been, appropriately, the council uses their, whatever leverage they have to let the mayor understand that they are not for certain projects that were in the original plan. And there were some adjustments that have been made, and there are negotiations with new entities and new locations. Some of those discussions have been successful, some of those discussions have not. We are close, but yes, ultimately, and I'm advising, I've advised them in private, I've advised them in session, in public. You've heard many of these. We're playing with fire. Now yes, maybe.
We got to get it done.
You got to get it done, and look, you can say that people are exaggerating, but remember, we all have differences of opinion, but we're all Republicans up here, right? So I mean, not all of you are Republicans, but all of us are Republicans. We're trying to do things the right way, and we don't like Trenton. We don't like this policy that they put on us. They're trying to ruin the suburbs, quite frankly.
I
if you ask
get
me.
it. You know, it's a bad situation you're trying to make the best of.
Right. You have to play ball with these Trenton policies.
And I think the mayor did an excellent job in getting the number down as much as
I
possible.
understand NIMBY politics is a real thing. I get that. But
this, please, transparency, we talk about that word as if we're really doing it, when I don't know if any of the council people are involved in the process, or is it just the mayor? Because what I'm hearing from some council members is that they're not involved in the decision.
I'm going to tell you what I know.
Okay.
And anyone who wants to disagree is free to disagree. There have been attempts to involve everyone in the process.
Listen, just let me add to that, just before we go any farther. I went to a meeting about fair share housing with Mr. Kukuzi, the president. I went to the attorney's door, stood there. The mayor came up and said to Dave, "What's Banchini doing here?" He's not allowed to go into this meeting. I'm a sitting council member. I'm probably the one that knows a little bit more than the rest of them up here as far as that. He didn't let me go in there. Guess what? That's transparency. They don't tell me about this. We do it at 5 o'clock at night. I got a text message at 9:15 Sunday morning for 11 o'clock meeting. Are you kidding me? Like, really? That's transparent?
Well-
So please, don't listen to this stuff because.
You've also hung up on me when we tried to talk to you about it.
Listen,
And you've been in meetings
what do you
with,
say?
you've
All
been
right,
in meetings with Judge
gentlemen,
Falcone.
we're getting
You've
off
been in meetings with Judge
topic
Falcone.
here, but to your point is 100% correct. And last December, the mayor called the executive session before the new council came in, and it was Councilman Jim Quinslick, brilliant guy, Ward 3, smart as a whip, and Tom Nivison and myself, we walked in, and I don't want to mention names, but the attorney was there, and everything was on the conference table. All the resolutions and ordinances and this and that. And to your point was, hey, guys, you haven't seen this, you haven't read it, but you better damn sign it right tonight and vote on it yes, because this is the affordable housing and we're in trouble and there's no extensions, there's no nothing, and you SOBs, you better pass this or otherwise you're going to be destroying the town. Lie, lie, lie. Then we get a new council and the same thing, especially this gentleman here. He's, I don't know how many, 30 years, 40 years, I don't want to give your age away. In township administration. And he's been left out, he knows more than us.
It's embarrassing.
And he should be part of this discussion,
Well,
100%.
I agree.
And like the counselor rightly said, that we have different views on, thank God we stopped the Route 70 project, because we didn't think that was a good place for that. But there's other places better than Jamestown, and to get to that number, but the mayor wants it his way. And he keeps on saying the towers. You know, there's 6 stories, and we get 50-something units, affordable housing units. And that's like a $65 million project there with the waterfront, the boardwalk, the amphitheater. You know, what the heck were they giving you guys up there? Nothing. That money would have been better spent or getting the builder, but it's not builder's remedy. They had all their not all their permits, but they were delayed. They had all the approvals. They were part of the redevelopment in downtown, decades. We got until August, I'm hearing now, not to lose these grant money for the storm drains, the sidewalks to the parkway, $5.7 million. And that's all infrastructure. And the counselor says it right. It's difference of opinions, but we have to be part of it.
Well,
and you have to be part of it.
That's exactly to the point.
Like that lady, I forget her name, that came up, and, you know, about Jamestown. You know, she's part of it. And she has every right to be here, but he cuts her off because she's not agreeing with it.
Well, no one person has all the answers. My understanding is that's why there's a council. Right? So if the council can advise the mayor, and the mayor includes the council in decision-making, then you have many heads making a decision, but that appears not to be happening.
Well, in fairness to the mayor, he did a very good job of getting us a ridiculously
really
low
good
number.
job,
He got a really low number.
Yes, and I agree, and I said that, but including the council people on the ground floor might get a buy-in.
That happened.
I disagree with you, because if we were part of the decision, we don't know what the agreement was. Councilman Nivison brought in and talked to a company extensively that does 100% affordable housing, and they're close in Neptune. Didn't even want to hear it.
Just so that you know, so we're out here, open and transparency, going forward, you think you hit turbulence now? Wait till you see, because all of his plans that he saw hold that he had, they're off the table of Route 70, and the Judge Gertner said, that's still on the table. the thing downtown, so who do you believe?
Well, yeah, where are we at?
We don't know.
Where do we have any, I mean, as an example, you know I live in Lake Ridge, right? Is it on the table, off the table, or we don't know? And that's my last question. I know my time's up, sorry, but I listened a lot.
So listen.
Is it on,
just so you
off,
know.
or we don't know?
So we know exactly. The mayor took it off the table. It's off the table because the mayor took it off because he was worried about losing votes out there. But let me tell you what's going to happen. The day after election, that developer is going to come out there and say, look, I'm ready to go 100 miles an hour on it. And when you see what they're proposing, it's a spectacle. You can think you're mad now. Wait till you see what they're proposing. So I'm just letting you guys get ready for, bring the popcorn the next time.
It's not in the plan.
Sorry,
It's not currently in the plan.
It's not
Not currently in the plan, but that could change.
Let's move on to the last question.
My time's up.
Thank you for coming again tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, the council president, can I say something real quick?
I'm not mayor yet.
I'm sorry. Can I apologize to Mr. Galante? Mr. Galante, I would like to apologize for laughing and being confrontational with you. That was not nice. And I'm sorry because you're a very nice man and I know that you, everything you do here and ask all the questions you ask come from a good place. So I apologize.
Thank you. I actually came up here to apologize to you.
Oh.
Look
at that.
And
Want
to
bump it out?
all right, I'll come up with you. Fair. The way it's to be done.
Is that on videotape? Did anybody report that?
No, the feed was.
Where's worth $1,000?
The fee's out.
You're going to get a phone call in about 15 minutes from we know who.
No, we all like Mr. Galante.
Yeah, right. The mayor called for an executive session, but of course, that couldn't happen because I don't know, what was it for? Was it about the fireworks or?
I have no idea.
He didn't really make a statement.
But you know what? The township attorney did the right thing.
Can't do it?
What I did?
Okay.
You said no
So what?
to the executive session.
We got a lot of stuff to discuss in executive session. You can wait till July 8th.
No, but you said, you didn't explain it that way. You said no. That it wasn't advertised.
I know that you may not believe this, but I tell the mayor no a lot.
Okay. We don't believe it. Go ahead, finish. Sorry.
That's what I got to do.
Yeah, what's the score? Did we got the big score?
I need to find it. I'm trying to get it out of there.
My other issue is the taking up the meetings, how Bill Brilliant went before the board. But just a clarification, didn't the judge deny his claim because of the deficiency in something the court needed to proceed? He didn't deny the claim. He just put it off until some certain...
I'm going to tread carefully here, but I think what you're suggesting is that he lost like on a technicality.
A technicality. But
I can say that I actually argued that he should lose a technicality, but the judges tend to give pro se litigants a lot of leeway. They don't like to make them lose on technicalities because it's hard for pro se litigants to know all the rules. So the judge actually did rule on the substance of the argument.
But he didn't deny it. If he did,
well, he denied temporary relief. Like urgency. Yeah, relief from like he could have granted relief from now until the matter is fully adjudicated. So that, but he didn't do that.
And I think the council, you could make a resolution going to the state of New Jersey, because I don't know if anybody knows, this is on the floor coming up soon, that requiring the videoing of public meetings. And it's up by the state legislature. So if anybody is that adamant about it, they should send their legislators letters, or possibly the council could do a resolution regardless.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. Definitely do that. Yes, Joe.
Joe Coco, Silver. I want to end on a positive note for the whole council. You weren't aware of it or weren't there. I met Mr. Coleman 2 weeks ago at the senior center. They did a phenomenal healthcare exhibit and show for the seniors. They packed the place. So there are some positive things in between all of this. And I just, wanted to put it out there, put it on record. Craig, great, how look there? Yeah. I mean, there's a point where you couldn't even move from table to table, and then people showed up. But that kind of stuff we need to see and hear more about. And just, again, try to talk to each other. I mean, it's the whole idea of side by side. That's where you are, you're side by side. You're not on this side, and you're not on that side. So, just ask all of you up there, talk out some of this if you can.
Okay, ask these two councilmen right now, do they think that public comment should be live streamed? Yes or no? It's a fair question. Go ahead, and then tell me side by side.
No, I'll change it different. I'm asking each of you to ask questions to each other. Whether you've done it, I don't know. But I'm just saying, just try that.
They won't do it. They won't do it.
The question's already answered by the mayor for them, going prior to the meeting. They could just sit there, whatever the mayor.
Is that true? I mean,
Do you think Councilman Abdul is still on the phone?
No.
They have never presented.
It's like the gentleman behind you, it's not going to happen. As much as I want it to happen, as much as I try, it's not going to happen. Okay? I'm the guy that believes in miracles.
What's going to happen at some point, it's all going to blow up.
That's correct, and it will. That's the only thing that's going to happen.
And I'm not saying any of you are right, wrong, or he's right, wrong, like I always say, okay? I speak for myself. I don't belong to either club, and I speak to every one of you. Okay, so I'm not holding back anything that's saying, well,
There is no
saying this
club.
because of that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? Is it? Okay. But just like I said, we have this discussion back and forth, but again, this is what some people are trying to put in.
Right, thank you, John.
And Harry, how are you? I mean, are you getting your feet wet? You're probably up to your head.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, you've all been here for a while. You've been here, so. The other thing is, I'm going to leave on this one. Okay. When I was working and dealing with people, okay, I had a discussion with one of my bosses, and he pulled me into his office. And it was about decompressing the situation. In other words, when you go back and forth, you're going to get louder and louder. You know, it's going to be back and forth. Tom's looking at me there, but he agrees. Okay, and so maybe, you know, if it's something, you hold back a little bit, and maybe the mayor or anybody else will hold back and just try to, because once goes up, okay? And,
How many years have you been coming to these council meetings in this hall? How many mayors have you seen in your life? All of them?
oh, except for all I've seen one, it's still not.
Okay, in a missing picture.
But,
Okay.
yeah. Right.
All right, so that answers your question. There's only one denominator here. There's only one person that causes this. So you're talking to the wrong people up here.
Okay, but again, I'm speaking to all of you. So, like I said, whoever is
All
right, you got it. I know you got it. You guys have it.
Okay.
But I put it out there. I'll put it out there for everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
And just, you know, I mean, I can believe you said, Joe's like, he's crazy. Well, I don't care. But put it out there because this is what the people want of each of you. You know, not just Harry, not just
Okay, well, too bad it's not going out to the public, public comment. So who has control over that? You're talking to the wrong people.
We said earlier.
And he's not here, and that's what he thinks of you by leaving. Okay?
But
So,
you're listening. Are you listening?
yeah,
You're
we're
listening to people
listening
now.
because we have respect.
Okay, exactly.
All right,
But
but it's not going to change. Thank you.
But again, back to the good news. I'd like to do some more.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, it's 3 minutes now. It's your time.
Real quick, Carlos Hammond, sir. Harry, last 2 meetings that we attended, I asked you about about the program, about the YouTube online. You said you were gonna find out and let me know. There's been 2 meetings. This is the 3rd one, brother. You know, as a man of my word, I expect you to be in a minute. Like, we don't got differences so far. I don't want this to be a difference. So, speak to him. So next time you see me, you got an answer, brother. Because you answered to me, remember? I'm from your district. So hopefully we can get an answer from me in there. Mr. Coleman, you know I got a lot of love for you, man. But I think you should step out of here and go enjoy your life. And let somebody in there that can try even this out a little bit, brother. You know I got a lot of love for you. That's it, guys.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Yes, sir.
Paul, West Street. I wanted to, if again, follow up on my comments about the concert series going on down Shelter Grove. Some of you may have missed it, but in the May bill, there's 2 items on page 7. The last 2 items on page 7. The summer concert for Amish Outlaws, $3,125. The next item, Tupelo Honey, for $500. Amish Outlaws, according to the flyer that's on the Township's page, Amish Outlaws are on June 23rd. $3,125. This strikes me as possibly only a deposit. And it's also paid in May, according to the May bills, in advance of services being rendered. Another reason why I suspect it's only a deposit. Because Tupelo Honey, who's going to be performing on the much contested August 8th date, is only $500. Very much looks like only a deposit, of which, if you did not change the dates, they could have performed on the date that the business administrator originally scheduled, which was August 4th, the date that's so important. He picked the wrong date, but he scheduled it for August 4th, so you did not have to vote on that. And it would have been nobody's fault but their own. Additionally, though, I want to follow up again on what I said about suggesting that you all pass a resolution altering and rescinding the previous resolution authorizing those permits. There's probably going to be a cost. I suggest eating that cost because it's going to cost even more because he's going to use money. I don't even think, well, clearly that didn't come out of the recreation budget, I don't think. But he's going to cost taxpayers more money with the bands than just that. But that's my thought on that. Other than that, through the council president, I wanted to address Councilman Coleman. If that's okay with him, I would like a moment to address Councilman Coleman.
All right, well, address it through me, and Councilman Coleman, you'll have to answer, okay?
So, I like to believe that I've been very respectful to every council person up here. And my prior criminal history is no secret. It's not good. By the time I was 21, I had 3 armed robberies. I served a lot of time in prison for my behavior. I'm still not convinced that I've completely paid my debt to society. So what do? I volunteer my time and services. Volunteering is something that Mr. Roderick can't comprehend. But still, the mayor, who I expected to come from, there are people who say things about me and about my criminal record that's simply not true. I expect that to come from the mayor. And he does it all the time. He says other things to try to gaslight me, and I won't feed into it, usually. But there was some hot mic stuff going on at the last council meeting. And I heard Councilman Coleman tell Councilman Abbott something about me that was absolutely not true. In fact, he said that I was in prison for cutting a man's throat with a glass bottle. Over 1,000 people saw that video. And unbeknownst to me, I had not heard it yet, hadn't seen it yet, but it was brought to my attention. At the end of that meeting, as I usually do, I go and I shake Mr. Coleman's hand. As a gentleman that I have long respected and held in high regard, even when we don't agree. And it was extremely disappointing for me to hear that from people that I actually have a sense of care for, a sense of respect for, as I do for each and every one of you, even when we don't agree. And Mr. Coleman, through the council president, I would like to know where you got that bit of information. Because I have an idea, and I don't expect you to tell me, but I want you to think about it. I want you to think about it. Where did you get that crazy idea from? Because I can only imagine where it came from. And it's someone that you let lead you by the nose. And Mr. Aber, I'm saying it publicly because I want you to hear it publicly. Don't let this man lead you by the nose with things that he says. Because there's a good chance, a really good chance, that not only is it not true, it's outrageous. I have never been arrested for cutting a man's throat, ever. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, anyone else? Okay. Need a motion to close public comment?
Motion to close public comment.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. All right, we move on to councilman comments, elected officials. Ladies, everybody, thank you for staying tonight. Good night. Thank you. Mr. Avery, you want to start?
Thank you, Councilman. Have a good night and get home safely.
All right. Mr. Coleman, Councilman Coleman.
Drive safe.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
No apologies.
no, that's fine. They say this. Councilman Bradley.
Everyone, thank you for coming out and get home safe. Good night.
Councilman
I want to thank
Cheney.
the rest of you soldiers that stood here all night long and listened to everything going on. I think things might get better down the road, I'm hoping for, but I want everybody to get home safely and enjoy the holidays. I don't think we're going to see you guys before the 4th of July. When's the next meeting, the 10th, I think, or something like that? 8th. So everybody have a safe, happy 4th of July, and see you on the 8th. Have a good night.
Councilman Vice Chairman Iverson.
Just apologize on the mayor's behalf for him attacking everybody. You know, I'm sorry. You just have to put up with that. But thank you for coming.
Well, like I said before, we got really close at this meeting to have a civil meeting one time, but apparently I could just keep hoping that it will happen one day, and I tried 100% to keep this meeting civil by setting the example, but this affordable housing is, as the councilor said, we are close, and we were supposed to have another thing on the agenda tonight to meet the requirements, but we're close, and they're dotting the i's and the t's, and hopefully we could cross that finish line on the 8th. So to get back to the classes that we took, that resolution was on April the 8th, and it was put on the agenda by the mayor without knowledge to me. Right before the council meeting, 10-15 minutes, it was put there. So I had two choices, I think. Leave it on, and then he would spin it, oh, you don't want to learn about the Faulkner Act, and mayor and township and blah, blah, blah? Or if I took it off, or do I put it on and go along with it? So, you know, I had to think, you know, real quick, and I decided to leave it on because it was a good thing to learn. And so we took the course, and these were two great professors, like I said before, over 30 years of experience. One was a lawyer, both had doctorate degrees, that they were impartial, but they knew kind of what was going on in our town. And but in that ordinance, it said that we had 60 days to, I must have left it in my car. We had 60 days to complete this course, or we would be docked our pay, okay? And so I was worried about this, and I kept asking, when are we going to do it? Where are we going to have it? Can we all, I think we could all be there at the same time because it's a schooling, and we learned that was true because the four of us completed the course together. And so then I was thinking about the other three council people. I wanted to extend it for another 30 days so that they would complete it. That's all I brought up, that we completed it before the deadline, and I wanted to get the other council people protected, right? And so they had 30 days to do it.
Can I just ask one question, Dave?
Sure.
Why didn't you invite the three of us to also attend with you? You didn't give us that option at all, and I did respond to the text that the councilor sent out about emails that the councilor put out on giving dates that we could go through the training. So obviously I was interested, but you could have at least extended the courtesy to us to give us an opportunity to also attend.
That's a fair question.
That's all.
Okay, and I'll answer it. Why we didn't do that, because we thought that you guys were taking the course and were completing it because we had no answer, and then it was going to blow up on us. So, and we couldn't get anything done, and so we went ahead. You could have made the dates, the three of you, with whoever the mayor wanted to teach you, you had 2 months to get this done yourself, so don't blame me. Okay.
You could have asked us, and we could have had the opportunity to attend.
Okay, I said that was a fair question, but you could have done it on your own.
But you didn't find that out.
And I don't think you're going to do it. And I tried to tell the mayor tonight that I wanted to take the course with you to really see if you three show up. I'm going to sit through it again and maybe get a different opinion, but I don't think it's going to be better than Kane College that does this.
Why would I have responded to the email with a positive and gave all the dates? I said I was available anytime.
Okay.
I responded to his email. If I didn't want to know about it, then I would not have responded in that positive manner.
And
okay?
I asked the clerk every week, when is this going to happen? When's it going to happen? Where? Who? This, that.
Mr. Bradley responded to me.
Okay, well,
Multiple times.
okay. So that's it, and God bless you guys for sticking this out tonight, and thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. What?